Packers seasons. This season, we said back in April, May, June, July that it was going to be about growth. We saw a lot of really positive growth in a loss today. So a lot of things to complain about. Terrible call that cost Green Bay the game. But when it's just about the Jordan Love offensive part of it today, I'm very encouraged. That's my opening statement.
Do you think it's crazy to call this, and I understand the raw stats, 21 of 40, not great, 2 picks, not great. But I feel like this is almost the best I felt about Jordan Love coming out of a game because there were some really big-time throws that he finally made today, Tausch. The first touchdown to Romeo Doubs, just a dime to the back quarter, fantastic. Second touchdown to Jaden Reed, deep ball. We've been talking about that. And then he made some really good throws. The first one to Jaden Reed on the final drive, he's got pressure all in his face, and he's able to force the ball down the field and find an open receiver to really get that drive going. I feel like I've been, for the most part, struggling to go, okay, that's a great throw. That's a great throw with Jordan Love all season long. And I feel like he added to his list of really good throws today.
I thought I really felt like, and yeah, you're right, his stat line, again, the completion percentage is something that
you got a couple
the
of
interception at the end of the game. Yeah, I still think there's obviously some room to grow, and we have to get him over the hump as far as closing out games. That's all part of the process. By the way, we lost a lot of close games with Aaron Rodgers back in 2008. Mm-hmm. So I get it, but you're right, Gabe. I thought today he looked a lot more decisive. I think he threw the ball with a lot more confidence, and there wasn't a ton of throws today that you thought he didn't short arm him into the dirt. He wasn't. He actually led guys on deep balls a few times. He threw a great strike to Reed. The interception to Watson, I'm putting that on. Watson lost the hand battle and did not compete on that ball. On that, it's not that 50-50 ball. Peterson made a great play on it. But all in all,
at this point, let's be honest. You throw it to Christian Watson, it's not a 50-50 ball anymore.
It's turned out so far this season it has not.
Skill. His body's always.
Not yet.
What is it you said
about
him?
He doesn't have spatial awareness.
Yeah.
He doesn't have spatial awareness.
Zero.
Musgrave doesn't have spatial awareness either. Both of them need to. And that comes from developing your body so that you have more body control. That's how you gain spatial, but it's also reps. It's also understanding coverages and understanding where your quarterback's going to throw the football. So Musgrave on that touchdown that could have been, he wasn't able to contort back. Those are big time plays that we're expecting down the road. But I can't sit here when we've been talking and the discouragement and the just that I felt after the Denver and the Raiders game. I can't sit here in good faith. My whole perspective on this season changed after those weeks. And now, today, I would have loved to have seen Green Bay win. Competed their tails off. They were ready to play. And I thought offensively they did a ton of good things. Just too many mistakes again for a young squad. And that's why you don't go and win on the road. So I'm not discouraged. I actually feel a lot better about this team because what we saw from Jordan today than I have been in quite a while. Homer?
Yeah, I would agree on everything. There were some plays that Jordan Love just made great passes when it looked like he was in trouble. And, yeah, they can't finish yet, but there's improvement. And take another loss and then you move on and see how they do next week. But, yeah, they're getting better. There's just no doubt about that. And the defense was horrible, and then it bounced back. He gave up 17 points in the first 3 possessions and just gave up field goals after that. So,
that's because, Pittsburgh had no interest in having Kenny Pickett really throw the ball. They just continued to run the ball. They weren't going to take any risks.
I don't know why. I don't know why they threw it as much as they did, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I'm not as and I know this is going to be a Joe Barry hate fest today.
Is it?
I can feel it.
No,
I sense that's what's going to happen today. I'm not buying onto that as much.
Offense has looked in 5 years, right? The first 3 possessions.
It is. They looked good, and the defense looked a little soft to start the game. But
a little soft.
You're going to have some drives. I thought a couple of real tacky pass interference calls that you're off the field. They don't score if they don't give them those basically free first downs. But, again, I'm not going to – the officiating, obviously the play of the game, the lateral that wasn't or that was, depending on who you asked, that's the difference in the game. Like, you win the game if that doesn't happen. So I can't sit here and say the officiating didn't matter. I'm never going to be one that blames it all because things will change in how you approach it. But that's 6 points that came off the board. You end up losing by 4.
Yeah, I think it was a bad call, but is it a touchdown if they change it, or do they just get possession?
They would have gotten possession at wherever the recovery point was. But if the official
they
just
blew the
lets
whistle too on
if
it.
the official lets the play out,
right,
then the Packers recover and
should have
score,
done.
and then it's a free challenge because it's a scoring play. It's a turnover and a scoring play, and then the call probably stands.
Right,
if he lets it play out. At least if you're to believe Gene Steratore, who just said, Steratore said, hey, it's just one of those things where it was tough to overturn. So if they would have let it play out, it probably would have been a Packers touchdown, yes.
Yeah, the thing that's so frustrating about that, you could see it was a yard behind where he threw it. I mean, it's not like that
it's like he threw a two-seam
Memphis
fastball.
Miracle or whatever happened.
Like
it was,
tailed,
the ball went backwards.
Yeah. It
went backwards.
Whatever.
It was a bad call.
Yeah, it was a bad call. But the Packers lose today, 23-19. Jordan Love, I thought for a second he was going to do it, guys. I thought we were going to get to the streak to end. I thought we were going to get to 300
when he threw
yards.
the ball with the left hand so that he didn't get sacked.
Yeah.
He had a couple plays that would have been memorable if they got the last one.
Well, I thought we were going to get 300-yard passing game. Finishes 11 yards shy, 289 yards. But I don't know, especially with the way.
That's right. The touchdown would have put him over 300.
Touchdown would have put him over 300 yards. 800-990-3776 is the Botobox Wine Line. Let's go to Levi and Plover. Levi, you're up first on Green Bay Game Night.
Hey, fellas. To tell you the truth, I did not watch the whole first quarter and some of the second quarter because I had something going on. But I thought that when Packers had that ball with the minute under 3 seconds, I thought I was going to go screaming for joy if they won, but they didn't. But I agree with you guys. Love did a little bit better today, but still growing pains like some or whatever. But anyway, hey, Tausch, on Friday's headline, which I know you did not do, your friend did fantastic. Just to want to clear it out of the way. So, anyway.
I'll let him know. Yeah, he was great. And a lot of the stuff he said, thanks for the call, Levi, a lot of the stuff that he said was true. What do we make of, because I sense that the defense, you gave up 23. So I think if you look at it, the one drive should have stopped. You can make all these excuses. Are we mad at the defense today, Gabe, Homer? Are you guys thinking that was god-awful? Or I'm just not as, I guess, frustrated as I think most of our fans are going to be.
I mean, I'm not frustrated because, I mean, most teams, honestly, when Joe Barry's been the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers, so many teams have given up running the football for whatever reason. And the Steelers just didn't give up. Like, this is what their run defense is. This is what their run defense has always been under Joe Barry. I thought that, and again, Kenny Pickett's not the best quarterback in the world, but I thought Corey Ballantyne being pressed into starting duty as a rookie, I thought he held up well. I thought Corey Ballantyne played well. I thought that the defensive backfield, despite being the weakness, I thought they held up pretty decent. And I mean, the run defense just is what it is. This is what you get when you have Joe Barry as a defensive coordinator. He does not care about
stopping the run.
Correct.
You can't be that bad if you're trying.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, again, am I frustrated by that? No, I've just come to expect it. And you held the Steelers to 23. You had plenty of opportunities. I mean, if you don't miss, you want to talk about the penalty, Tausch, but even just shooting yourself in the own foot, if you don't get that PAT blocked, we're still playing football right now because you're a couple of times you got into position where you're kicking a field goal to tie it to send it to overtime. So that missed PAT ends up being the blocked PAT.
That was one I could have blocked that. I mean, I know Tausch will say, nobody touched him. Nobody touched him.
I know, but you still
go right
Yeah,
by.
you're not
okay, what about this?
He
ran
into the ball. He didn't block the ball. He ran into the ball.
I understand, but you're not going to get that.
Okay, what about this, Tausch? Homer could have blocked it.
Yeah.
In terms of he could have been the blocker who missed the
oh, yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, he would have broke a hip because the other guy coming would have knocked him on his keister, and he splits a hip.
So the guy thought
but he could have done what DeGuara did.
Yes, he could have missed the block as easily as anybody else.
For sure. Totally agree with that.
All right. Hey, there we go. Homer and Tausch coming together to agree on something.
I agree with most of what he said. They haven't figured out how to win games, but the team's getting better. And at some point, you need to win one. But he looked better. There were people open. Some were really open, and he made great passes. So,
but that was part of today. Like, for so long, especially during that 4-game losing streak, everything looked so damn hard. Mm-hmm. Like they earned. It seemed like they earned every 2-yard gain that they got. There were guys open today. There were guys running good routes and getting open and making plays. And again, the 2 big plays that Luke Musgrave had. Jaden Reed, 5 catches for 84 yards. Dontavian Wicks had a big catch, finding the soft spot of the zone when Love just stands in the pocket and the offensive line holds up. Like today it felt like the Packers were a real NFL offense.
No, and your 1-2 wide receivers were 1 and 2 with Musgrave.
Yeah. Reed for 84.
Yeah, I don't think. I think we have to start wondering. Tay Wicks needs more playing time. Who are we taking it from?
Oh, that's easy, isn't it?
Watson?
Yeah.
Is it Watson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
He's a
hard for me to admit that.
He's a bring him in for a few plays and let him run fast and try to get him the ball.
But even
but I think I saw Peterson running stride for stride with him.
Yeah, it's not great.
I don't know if he's full. No. I don't think he's fully healthy.
He can't be.
He can't be.
No,
I agree. And if he's not fully healthy, I think we limit his reps because that's his special sauce. And right now, it's just not working.
He made his first 2 catches of the game. I'm like, okay, they're trying to get him involved. Then he dropped the 3rd one, and he had 5 targets. The other 2 targets ended up being the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. So he kind of disappeared for the huge middle part of the game. Just was not a part of it.
I don't understand why you throw the ball to him.
Or, if he's wide open, sure. In a 50-50 situation.
He's not going to be wide open on the last play of the game.
Yeah.
He's in.
They definitely tried to get him the football early in the game. It was a concerted effort to get him going after last week, and then it just wasn't. And I don't think he's healthy because we've seen his world-class speed. It ain't it right now. And I don't know if he just can't shift, if his hammy's not there, if there's something wrong. But without his big-time speed, he's not a polished route runner yet. If he's not fully healthy, Tay Wicks needs to get those reps.
They have other
That's
guys
just what I'm seeing.
Of him. There's no reason to force it. Take some time off.
I totally agree. And I like the fact I want to see guys competing to get on the field. I don't want them sitting in the cold tub, sitting on the sideline. But there comes a point where you have to see, are you better than who's replacing you? And if you're not, coaches need to make that tough call. And I think at this point right now, I think it's a fair criticism to say, if Christian Watson is fully healthy, then we have to have another conversation. But I don't think he is. And Tay Wicks has done everything that when you heard on the broadcast, they obviously talking to Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur loves him, wants him in the game more. Let's start seeing more of him.
800-990-3776. That's the number to get into the Boda Box Wine line. Your calls, your texts. Next as the Packers fall to the Steelers 23-19 to kick off the tough part of their schedule. Your reaction with us next on Green Bay Game Night.
More Green Bay Game Night coming up on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Finding the special healthcare resources families need just got easier. Wisconsin Wayfinder Children's Resource Network helps kids with delays, disabilities, special healthcare needs, and mental health conditions. Call toll-free 877-947-2929. Ask questions. Get answers. Connect today toll-free 877-947-2929. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's all about the green and gold and nonsense on Kyle, Brust, and Nortman.
Is that a compliment?
I don't know. I mean, there are some aspects of Judge Judy that you might be able to shed a positive light on. I don't know.
Successful.
Help me something. Yeah.
She's successful. I don't like how you guys are pausing right now.
Judge Judy was known for eviscerating people on TV.
Kyle, Brust, and Nortman. Presented by Bud Light. Weekdays from 2 till 4 on 100.5 ESPN and Wisconsin On Demand.
Ben Brust here to tell you about why your next work van should be from Mercedes-Benz Sprinter at Zimbrick European. First off, we have versatility. The Sprinter vans offer 16 body types and thousands of ways to customize that space. Number 2, we have reliability. Sprinter's most powerful diesel engines last longer and require less maintenance, spend more time on the road and less time in those bays. Number 3, we have safety. Sprinter's safety technologies include curtain airbags all around, load adaptive electronic stability program, and crosswind and attention assist. Number 4, Van Care Mobile. Our maintenance team can come to you with routine service. Who wants to go in? Let them come to you. They work with multiple trucks on one visit. Use the Mercedes Me Connect. And last but not least, get your Zimbrick Sprinter at Zimbrick European at Rimrock Road and the Beltline, or go online at ZimbrickEuropean.com because they never charge over the MSRP.
Kevin Hoffman is the owner-president of Event Essentials. For 3 decades, they've had document imaging technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
I consider them as an advisor, a consultant, a business partner, that sort of thing.
Kyocera from James Imaging Systems, Kyocera copiers, Kyocera network printers, Kyocera color systems, and local service that keeps your business running on all cylinders, all the time.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that part of the business. I can come in at any hour of the day and scan a document or whatever and send it out. I just know that it's going to work.
James Imaging Systems, one goal, one priority, helping local businesses do business better.
I mean, I've been pleased over the years. It's just a good relationship overall.
Kyocera copier printers, and extraordinary service and support from James Imaging Systems. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Love lofts it, back in the end zone, Romeo Doubs, he's got it for the touchdown. Tremendous throw by Jordan Love, and Doubs with the hands for the score.
First of 2 touchdown passes for Jordan Love today. Nice dime to the back right corner of the end zone to Romeo Doubs. Ultimately not enough, though, as the Packers fall to the Steelers on the road. 23-19 kicks off the toughest 4-game stretch of their schedule. I'm Gabe Knight, along with Steve the Homer True and Mark Tauscher, taking your calls and texts. 800-990-3776. This one from the 815 asking, on the last play, why not call a screen? Stack the wide receivers, get the line out and block, try to create a lane, miss a tackle, and give it a chance.
I don't mind the shot. I mean, you have 3 seconds.
What do you do when you
have
when there's just
with a screen?
Yeah, I guess
you got to use guys to do illegal picks.
Well,
you
because
run to clear out, and then the guy goes underneath. And,
and they called that on Pittsburgh right before it.
Yeah.
So, you know what you have to have? You have to have some guys that can go up and get a 50-50 ball and go make a play. And I think you have to look at Romeo Doubs or Wicks as your guys to do that.
I saw this from Rob Domofsky. 5 of Jordan Love's interceptions this year have come while targeting
Watson.
Christian Watson.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, a screen doesn't work there because screens work like against a blitz because you get guys behind the play. When there are that many guys out in front of the play, you're just not going to be able to get enough blockers because they're protecting the end zone.
I don't mind because there's so much space where you have guys and you maybe have a hook and ladder situation. But
sure.
That's at like the 40. You're at the, where was it, the 25
16.
or the 16?
Yeah, like the 50. Yeah.
16-yard line?
Mm-hmm.
There's plays to be made.
Yeah.
You know, it just was not there. It was not there.
Well, we know who you don't throw the ball to. There's one person.
Well, there could be 2 in that case.
Oh, who's?
I don't want to throw 50-50 balls to Musgrave yet either.
Okay.
I think
All right.
he's not there yet. I think he's going to be. I like his athleticism, but he gets turned around, and you need somebody that's going to be strong through the football.
Yeah.
Romeo Doubs is that guy right now. Those other guys just aren't. And I think if Christian Watson comes back, we've said this twice now at the end of the games, if he comes back through the defensive player to the football, you really force the ref to do something, and at worst, the ball gets batted away.
Yeah.
You don't let Peterson tip the ball back. That was Richard Sherman-esque in that NFC Championship
It's a
game.
really good play.
Where they tipped the ball back to pick it off. You can't let them make the play. You have to go and be offensive, and if you get an offensive pass interference, fine. When it's underthrown, you got to go make a play. You got to do something. And there's too many times Christian Watson has not, and I think, unfortunately, you're going to lose the confidence of your play caller and your quarterback if that keeps happening because those interceptions go on his stat line, not yours.
Yeah, he's always off balance, and you get the feeling that he's not capable of resetting to where he can make an adjustment of any part of his body.
800-990-3776. Then we're going to get into the Boda Box wine line. Let's go out to Jason in Tosa. Jason, you're up next on Green Bay Game Night.
Hey, guys. Like Tosh, I'm encouraged by today's game for three different reasons. First, I thought Jordan Love was by far the better quarterback on the field today and looked like a better-than-average quarterback, so there's hope there. Second, I'm encouraged because there's only 8 games left in the Packer career of Josiah DeGara. I have no idea what he did on that extra point where he didn't even move.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he did either. So
yeah,
he made the decision the person was far enough outside that he thought he can't get.
That's not what the job is. That's not what the job is.
He's got a wasted third-round pick. I mean, that's why he's on the roster. He was a third-round pick. He won't be here next year. But anyway, and Gabe pointed out, Jordan had gotten the team into field goal range to tie the game, and we would be having a different discussion if not for DeGara's contribution today. And third, I want to absolutely praise Joe Barry because he was facing Kenny Pickett today. I mean, some people say Pickett's a pathetic quarterback who can't throw the ball at all. But Joe obviously designed his deed to stop Kenny, and he only had like 115, 120 yards passing. And then, the D only gave up 205 yards rushing. I think that's an outstanding
I sense sarcasm. I sense some
Oh,
sarcasm there. Is that sarcasm?
It only took us 2 callers.
What?
Is that sarcasm?
Now, this is why I like to test Tausch. If I was the quarterback today for the Pittsburgh Steelers, all right?
Yep.
Joe Barry would not have stopped the run. He would not have forced me to throw the ball. Do you agree with that, Tausch?
No, I don't, but I get your point. I mean, Homer, you can't throw and you're old.
I know, it doesn't matter.
You're brittle. You're brittle.
You could put a dog at quarterback, and the team is still going to be able to run the ball, right?
I can lie to you. A dog back there, you get the right type of breed.
Yes,
he's going to be tough to get on the corner.
Have you seen Aaron
Very
Bud?
elusive.
It's an argument you can't mention.
Well, I'll say
he's
this.
Not capable of being that bad.
What was Pittsburgh running the football? Where were they at statistically coming into this game?
Toward the bottom of the league.
They're in the bottom
So
of the league
you
in
have to look
everything.
at this. Pittsburgh's offense was not good.
Yes.
I get Mike Tomlin deserves a ton of credit because their defense statistically not very good either. I think they
forced a lot of
utilized
turnovers.
both backs. They utilized both backs. They played tough. But, yeah, the run defense today was not good enough. No arguments from me on that. And I go back to this, and what drives me nuts about Joe Barry's defenses, they'll play good football against teams you wouldn't think they would. And then they'll play games like, I'll never forget the Ryan Tannehill game, where we were all filling our britches because we thought Derrick Henry was going to come up to Lambeau and just steamroll everybody. And they took away the run. Derrick Henry didn't do anything, but Ryan Tannehill had his career night. And you feel like that. You feel sick about it, but at least you say, well, at least their second option beat us. We didn't let Derrick Henry do it.
Pittsburgh was
today.
averaging 90 yards.
Yeah, they were 25th in the league.
Yeah.
I would agree with Homer in the fact that you have to force young quarterbacks that have not proven it to beat you. You don't let Najee, you don't let their run game get going. And unfortunately today there was too much of that. And so Joe Barry, the criticism of Joe Barry's fair game tonight. Absolutely.
He never adjusts. He plays his defense.
Well, the second half they gave up, 6 points?
6 points.
Right. But, I mean, in terms of going to stop the run or stop the pass, you mentioned one game where they let the quarterback, but in general, I don't understand how many plays were there in the second half when you thought, why is Pittsburgh passing?
Most of them.
Yeah.
Most of them. 800-990-3776. Let's go to Jeff in Minnesota. Jeff is on the Botobox Wine line on Green Bay Game Night.
Hey, guys. I just want to lead off by saying the exact same thing I said last week, and that is this team's got a lot of problems, but Jordan Love is the least of their problems. And, you know, Goody said in the offseason, and Tausch alluded to it today, the biggest thing that he needs to do is he needs to learn how to win games, and that's a process. But this business of comparing him to Rodgers' first year and Favre's first year is actually, I think, borderline unfair. Rodgers inherited a team that went to the NFC Championship game the year before. Favre at least had one of the best receivers the Packers ever have had on his team. Love inherited a team that's got a bunch of rookie and second-year receivers. And on top of that, the offense is predicated on being able to run the ball. And the offensive line has gotten a little bit better in the last, but it has been weak. I mean, the offensive line that Rodgers inherited, that Tausch was on, was clearly better than the one we have today. So you got a bunch of rookie receivers and young receivers. You have an offensive line that's not letting you run the ball. I'm telling you, I can't say this. I can't say he's the answer, but he's coming along, and like I said, I think he's the least of their problems, least of their issues.
There you
I'll
have
say
it.
this. I think today was a really good day for Jordan Love. I thought last week was a really good day for Jordan Love, but this is part of this process, and he's got to – the NFL is always going to be one-score games. And the quarterbacks that last in this league for a long time and have a great career, they find ways to win games like today, like Atlanta. And I'm not saying you snap your fingers and it happens, but what I like today, we're seeing a progression. It's not fast enough, and we're not winning, but we went 3 and out, 4 and out. And we got a first down. Now we get a big play down the field, and the 4th and 2 play to A.J. Dillon to pick up the first down, that's a sign of growth for this offense and for Jordan Love. And I know this sounds like loser talk and moral victory talk, but this is part of learning how to win these close games. And you need to get over the hump. You need to find a way to make a play at the end, but part of that is you have to have a guy that's going to make a play for you. So I think that comparing Jordan to Aaron and to Brett, it's going to happen. So tough break, deal with it. But there are caveats, and you do need to put things into context. I thought Jeff just did that there with where Aaron was with the football team I was on, and where Jordan is. It's the youngest group in the history of the NFL as far as I can remember at skill. And today, I thought Aaron Jones wasn't very good, and he's your best player. So if your best player's out there and he's not giving you what you need, and then you're looking at what you're doing with the wide receiver who's supposed to be your number one wideout, you should win this game today if your other guys step up and do their jobs. They didn't, and that's a big reason why we came up 4 points short, and the officials.
Aaron Jones did a Neitzel. Gabe Neitzel was the one how many years ago? That you said he just
doesn't have back-to-back good games.
Yes.
Just never does. Never does.
Just isn't consistently as good as he should be.
Yeah, I mean, he had the drops today. I mean, they dialed up that. It was a really interesting play that I think would have worked. They had some blockers out in front of Aaron Jones, hit him right in the gut. Dontavian Wicks had it was a perfect lateral coming back into him on the opposite side of the field. I think it would have worked.
Was that a fumble or was that a lateral? What was that?
Well, I think the first pass was forward. So I think that was a forward pass, and then Wicks to Jones was a lateral back because then Jones had to jump on the football after he dropped it. And he did jump on it. Nothing, they ended up losing a bunch of yards.
I've told you guys this story many times because we've gotten into the trick 'em phase of this offense. That's always a bad sign to me, just because I remember what Barry Alvarez always taught me and taught our teams, is that when teams are doing that on critical plays, they don't think they have anything else. And you should welcome teams and people doing that to you, because that means we don't have any other answers. We need to trick you in order to beat you. So that's why I'm always down on those plays. And while some of them have been dialed up,
catch the ball, Aaron Jones.
They haven't worked. They just haven't worked. They've been cute and kitschy, but they haven't worked.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, if Aaron Jones is your best player, you got to catch that ball.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a disappointing day. I mean, I think you can look at this, and why I'm even more encouraged about Jordan is, the completion stats are things that we've obviously spent a lot of time looking at. But today, his two horses, they didn't get it done for him. They didn't help him like he needs, especially as a first-year starter. And I don't have an answer to why that is. Gabe, you brought it up years ago, and I think Aaron Jones, obviously he's been a great player here. Mm-hmm. But consistently, he has had games where you just think and look and say, 13 carries for 35 yards? You can't win like that. And it wasn't because it was blocked poorly. I thought the O-line today, Zach Tom had a day. Go back and watch how he did on T.J. Watt. I know Watt got one sack. Zach Tom did a fantastic job on T.J. Watt today. And he got one-on-one more than I thought Green Bay was going to do.
Yeah, he's a Pro Bowl player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's going to be a little lighter in the wallet, but...
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
And I hate saying this, but I've been watching, obviously, the Wisconsin Badgers the last week and wanting to see a little scrap and a little fight. I don't think, it's cheap. I'm not going to condone any of it, but I guarantee you the coaches, I think they're going to look at that and say, I love the fire. Obviously, I hate the decision that he went and did it, but the fire and the competitive nature, and you want to see that in guys.
No, you
don't
want
want to
guys
see the idiot.
that hate to lose that bad.
Yeah.
That hate to lose so bad that they do something stupid.
That's my point.
And they don't do something stupid when it hurts you on the game. They do something stupid when it's going to cost them money, but it will not hurt
on their bench, too. So you're ready to take it all on.
That's a bold move.
He's a foxhole guy.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, Josh Myers got over there. I don't know if I've seen Josh Myers move that quick. Like, Josh got in there to try to get Zach Tom out of there because he was all the way in the bench.
Gabe, I'll tell you this. There are times we'd be watching film, and Campy or Beck would back it up. And if there weren't guys around the pile, he'd say, what the hell are you guys doing? You don't have your guys back. And that's one of the worst things as a teammate you could ever have happen, is when you don't have your guys' backs. So while it's a growing period and we're a 3-6 football team and all the stuff that you want to put on us, which is all fair, there's a lot of encouraging things from a young player and from a competitive standpoint that we saw today that I think Packer fans should be happy with.
What's the deal left tackle?
I think Yash was banged up, and I don't think he could go.
Okay.
They made him active. My guess is that he's active and break glass in case of emergency type thing, because you need to have so many linemen.
So you think
active
they realize he's the best choice at left tackle?
Yes.
When he's healthy, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, but I don't think Rasheed Walker was not god-awful today.
No, he held up.
Obviously, Zach Tom was really good. He gave up the one spin move, and Highsmith did a great job of flattening back out to get his right arm. But all in all today, the pass protection, why Jordan was able to have the success that he had today, not a lot of teams struggle. But Pittsburgh's DNs are the strength of their team.
Yep.
And a lot of teams struggle to even function offensively, and that's why Pittsburgh has been able to win. If they've been able to get in the nickel, they've been able to do a lot of stuff, creating turnovers. Our offensive tackles held up very well today.
24/7 sports betting is here in the great city of Milwaukee thanks to Potawatomi Casino Hotel and the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Enjoy convenience of self-service kiosks, odds boards, wall-to-wall TVs, free parking, a full-service bar, and numerous food options. Get big and bet bold at the Potawatomi Sportsbook at the Potawatomi Casino Hotel. We get back to your calls and texts on that Boda Box wine line coming up next on Green Bay Game Night.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Have you met your deductible? Are you stuck waiting in line to see an orthopedic physician? The team at Orthopedic and Spine Centers of Wisconsin can see you tomorrow. Their board-certified and fellowship-trained orthopedic and spine physicians have been treating patients in the Madison area for over 3 decades. They specialize in a wide range of areas, including sports medicine, joint replacement, spine, hand surgery, and more. Convenient and accessible, their team is dedicated to getting you back to being active and doing what you love. Visit orthospinecenters.com. That's orthospinecenters.com.
Win a Coors Light full court experience with a trip to Minneapolis this March. Sign up now at participating locations around Madison to win an all-inclusive trip to the Men's College Basketball Conference Tournament. Don't miss your shot. Enjoy Blue Mountains and the best men's hoops in the Midwest. One lucky winner will be announced on Rutledge and Hamilton on January 8th. Visit Scotty Bar, Lucky's, Jordan Big Ten Pub, Nitty Gritty, Londo's, and Pooley's to scan the QR code and enter today. Must be 21 or older to enter. No purchase necessary.
Big trucks can be intimidating. If you've been seriously injured in a truck crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Trucking law can be extremely complicated. You don't want to take on the insurance company alone. Gruber Law Offices has the experience, the resources, and of course, the results. We know truck law. We know the rules and regulations. We know what it takes to win. Call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
You're not a big drinker? Not really, no. But you do like the gummies.
Well, remember, I went to a boarding school in upstate New York. I mean, geez, you don't think I'm going to get high once in a while?
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strofe.
You love the theory, Chris, that old men love to be naked.
They do. In public. I think you reach an age where you're just like, I don't care, bro.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strofe. Live on ESPN Madison's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison, home of the Big Win and Madison Casino Guru, is transforming guests into winners. Making an ordinary day into a big win day is easy with a 95% average payout. And with over 140 daily jackpots, the number of people winning has never been bigger. So what are you waiting for? Escape to Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison for your next big win.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
Every event tells a story, from the first impression to the final moments. Have someone guide your guests through every chapter the way you want the story told. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With a strong presence, great voices, and an award-winning team, trust us to guide, direct, and inform your guests through all the different chapters of the day. For fun, memorable entertainment for any event, please visit us at celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
It's A.J. Dillon. Big gain for Dillon. And forced out of bounds by Keanu Neal. The Packers get what they were looking for, the tune of a 40-yard rip.
Green Bay game night. Ian Eagle on the call, CBS. One of those rare Packers CBS games. In the past, it always seemed like you got Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, unfortunately, with a...
Like that crew today.
Yeah, Ian
like
Eagle, Charles Davis.
Do a great job.
Yeah, solid crew. Packers, though, lose 23-19 to the Steelers on the road. Taking your calls and texts on the Botobox One line, 800-990-3776. We go out to Mo in Illinois. Mo, you're up next on Green Bay Game Night.
This, to me, is a very deflating loss. I think if the Packers found a way to win this game, I think the Packers could easily go in next week and get to 5-5.
No, come on.
No, I do. I firmly believe it. I firmly believe it. And let me tell you guys why, though.
Yeah, this I got to hear.
The Packers, look, offensively today, you guys saw a lot of signs of good things to come. Like for the past month, Gabe, you mentioned this earlier, it seemed like every yard was the biggest struggle to get. Mm-hmm. The Packers are finally, the past 2 weeks, they're starting to move the ball offensively. Defensively, there's still some blunders, but they're doing their part. I mean, they're doing their part. They're giving the offense a chance to win games.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, but yes, please.
What's special about this team? Anything? What's special? Because if you think they're going to win this game and then they come back and beat, what's special? Nothing.
I can't name one thing that's particularly special about this team that they do great.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
but they win today, baby. They're going to get hot and get to 5-5.
Yeah,
based on what? Come on.
Here's what I will say about the game.
Okay.
About today's game. I am encouraged about Jordan Love and how he's shown promise. He just needs to be better with late-game situations and his decision-making. But the good thing is those are fixable. The deep ball to Jaden Reed today for the touchdown was very encouraging. So it looks like his deep ball actually is getting a bit better.
He overthrew a couple of them today, too.
It was his best deep ball throwing by 150%.
Oh,
it
yeah,
was good.
For sure. The throw to Dobbs was even better than Reed, I thought.
Yeah, throw to Dobbs was the throw of the game, yeah.
That was big boy on Dobbs and his part.
Mm-hmm.
So now we get to the big question. Every game, are you ready to give him a contract extension?
Not yet.
Okay. But closer, a little closer.
It's a step in the right direction.
All right, Tausch, you ready to give him the extension
I'm
yet?
going to still wait.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit.
Did he improve it at all? Did you?
Was this his best back-to-back games all year?
He was definitely better today. Yeah, so he improved.
Because I think his best back-to-back games this year were the first 2 games of the season, and he didn't complete a pass in the fourth quarter. I think these are his 2 best games of the year, back-to-back.
Yeah.
No question.
Yep.
There's no doubt. He's improving, and if he continues on this trajectory, yeah, absolutely. But he's got to continue doing it.
Pat in Madison saying, obviously bummed, but the silver lining of this loss, it helps keep the Jets out of the playoff picture. Guess makes that second-round pick a little more valuable that you get from the Jets. Haven't thought about. I'm not going to lie. I haven't thought about the Jets since Aaron Rodgers really got hurt.
Yeah. Explain this to me. What does this have to do with the Jets?
Well,
today,
because with the Steelers winning, the Jets have a harder time getting into the playoffs because they're all competing for wild card spots.
Yeah, but we don't care about that. We care if the Jets. We want the Jets not to win another game. We don't want the Jets to get to 9-8 and make the playoffs.
Correct.
Right?
But this makes it harder for the Jets to make the playoffs, even if they win.
Yeah, I've never considered the Jets making the playoffs.
Look, I'm just explaining it to you. I'm not saying it made sense.
No, I understand. I don't like the premise. I think it's a flawed premise. It's nothing against you, Gabe. I'm just saying the Jets ain't making the playoffs. They stink.
Yeah, that's...
Did whoever texted that in, did they watch the game last week?
Pat from Madison. I don't know.
They're sticking with Zach Wilson, Pat. Like, they ain't making the playoffs. Pittsburgh could lose. Baltimore can lose. Cincinnati. Everybody can lose. The Jets still ain't making the playoffs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. 800-990-3776. Let's hit up Sugar Free. Sugar Free up next.
Shug!
Yeah!
Green Bay Game Night.
Gentlemen, I don't know what you all agreed on about the extension. Even talking about the extension.
It's
we
the
are
question
3 wins.
every week.
I had something else to say, and I'm going to say that.
What's your answer on the
For
extension?
you guys,
Answer that.
say that again,
Are you
Homer?
ready to give him an extension, yes or no?
Of course not.
All right, are you closer today after the game than you were
No,
before?
absolutely
Okay.
not. 21 of 40. 21 of 40.
I'm closer without
Sugar. Use your eyes, man. Okay, 21 of 40. How many drop balls were there? He made big boy throws all over the field today.
Gabe, you asked me a question. Hey, Gabe just asked me a question. I'm going to answer him. No, I see what he did. Do I want the number one pick in the draft? Yes, I do. Do I want to replace Love? Yes, I do. Okay, so when they're still sitting at 3 wins, then that's still a possibility in my brain. So
I'm going to tell you this right now, Shug. They ain't getting the number one pick.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. You can.
And they're not getting number 2 either. They're not going to get a chance at.
Hey, Shug, you've been very adamant about where you're at with Jordan Love, but my question is, you have to admit he looked like a big-time quarterback today. Did he not?
He looked better. He looked like game 1. He looked like game 1.
Okay. He was better than Kenny Pickett.
There's a lot of games in between game 1 and now, right?
Yes, there is. I'm not signing him to a big fat new deal, but to acknowledge that he played a really good football game is a positive sign moving forward.
Anytime this year. He cannot get a big-time deal anytime this year or even the beginning of next year. That's in my opinion.
Okay.
He needs to – jeez.
Well, then you're so biased you don't care what he does. You've already made that conclusion regardless of how he plays. Just what I said. What if he plays great 5 games in a row? You've already said,
oh, my God. Okay, then let's see it. Let's see him get to 60% passing.
Okay, that's what you want to see. Just let us know what he has to do.
Pat and Madison making up for it. Apparently he was just joking about the Jets thing, but he's texting in saying, Sugar's not so sweet. Sugar's really sour.
Yeah,
so,
well,
Pat from Madison is redeeming himself.
I don't think your position is unreasonable. I just kind of want to know what he has to do, and now we know he can't do anything because he doesn't complete enough passes.
He can do something. I told you, Homer, completion rate.
All right.
We need a quarterback that can at least get to 60%. Most quarterbacks are closer to 70%. Come on, Homer.
I think
so let me
throws
do
long
one more
as well as he did today. Throwing long is more important to me than completion percentage.
Go ahead, Shug. Finish it up.
Let me say one last thing. The defense in the beginning of the game and in the whole game, 200 yards. I texted Homer. They need where are the 3 linemen? Where are the 3 defensive linemen in there? Is he out of his freaking mind? I mean, you're going to have 2 defensive linemen, and you're going to let them run on you with a quarterback like Pickens. Pickens is no better than Love. So you're going to let the run game beat you, which it did. And I just can't believe it.
Well, wait a minute. Love is better than Pickens, right? We all agree on that.
First of all, his name is Kenny Pickett. Pickett.
Oh, that's true.
George Pickens is the wide receiver.
Jordan Love is better than Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
He's also better than the quarterback that George Pickens and Kenny Pickett.
I know Pickett. Is he better than Pickett?
T. Boone. He's not richer than T. Boone Pickens, though.
Yeah.
Hey, he's not richer than what T. Boone Pickens was.
No, he's not. He's not.
Is Love better
I don't
than
care
the
what
Pittsburgh quarterback? Yes or no? Right now.
I don't care what contract he gets with the NFL. He ain't making more money than T. Boone.
Is Jordan Love better than the Steelers' starting quarterback right now?
Not even close.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not even close. No matter what you think of Jordan Love, that's what I was thinking the entire game. It could be worse.
By the way,
Kenny Pickett could be your starting quarterback.
Pickens, whatever you want to call him, he ain't getting a contract extension right now either. Just so we're all on the same page, Shug.
Shug is hung up. So we appreciate the call, Shug. Time to flush it or flesh it. Brought to our friends at the Gordon Flesh Company.
Flush it?
We failed multiple times with bad ideas. I didn't know were bad till I realized they didn't work.
Or flesh it?
Yeah, that's one idea. Or we can work as a team.
Brought to you by Gordon Flesh Company. Business technology managed. Taking the worry out of your office equipment and IT needs.
If you want to be nitpicky and go after that 21 of 40 line, because we're going to flesh out Jordan Love's performance. He was better than if you look at the raw number, right? There were a couple of spikes in there, a bunch of drops. What throws were inaccurate today? I don't think there were that many throws that were really
a couple he overthrew somebody, but
he threw a couple high balls. I thought that one on the corner on a 3rd down, and I think maybe it was Tay Wicks. I can't remember. Maybe it was Reed. And then they showed a replay of it, and the guy was 40 inches off the ground. It was still over. And I'm like, okay. I thought he sailed it, but he really sailed it. It was
good passes, I never felt that he was inaccurate today at any point in the game.
There were no dirt throws. There were no, he made decisions to throw a couple out of bounds, but the completion percentage is still an issue.
100%.
There is no question about that. But today wasn't the day to do that. There have been other games that's like, holy, what the? Today wasn't that day. Today was the day that I thought he was on point. But what I loved most about what he did today was his decision-making and trust to just let it go. I felt like part of his problem, and this happens to a lot of young players, they start making a couple mistakes, and then they start squeezing it. No, I don't want to make a mistake. Well, he didn't. He was not doing that. He's letting it rip.
Yeah, he let it rip today.
And that was the biggest positive for me almost of anything that we saw.
100% there with you, Tausch. And when you're looking for a team, the Gordon Flesh Company, they got a great team over there.
And it takes a team to meet just about any goal, and that's true on the football field as it is in the office. So it's good to know you have the Gordon Flesh Company on your side for more than 65 years. What a great number. Gordon Flesh Company is providing cutting-edge technology for companies of all sizes. And as the nation's largest Canon and Lexmark dealer, Gordon Flesh Company delivers the latest office technology, serviced and supported by the most experienced professionals in the industry. That's business technology managed. Visit gflesh.com to learn more.
800-990-3776. That's the number for the talk and text line. More of your calls coming up next on Green Bay Game Night.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Football fans, tailgating season is here, and if you want to win at tailgating, you need to Boatify your beverage choice. Box wine is the ultimate addition to your tailgate party. This premium wine comes in a box, so it fits perfectly in your cooler or trunk, and there's no heavy glass or corkscrew to deal with. One 3-liter Box is equivalent to 4 regular bottles of wine, so it's great for sharing. Bring the wine that wins with wine critics, Box. This is how we Boda. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or over. Box Vineyards, Manteca, California.
From color-changing alexandrite to shimmering zircon and everything in between at Chalmers Jewelers, you'll find high-quality, affordable, one-of-a-kind pieces. We source straight from the gem cutters, and we manufacture in-house from start to finish. As the manufacturer, we believe in truth in pricing. Never pay more for quality and stunning, beautiful jewelry. She's one of a kind, and so should her jewelry be. While others may send your jewelry dreams to someone else to make, with us, your dreams become reality with the help of our custom jewelers, with you involved the whole way. With a staff that has over 200 years of combined experience, why buy from a place that marks up jewelry made by the thousands? When you can buy direct from Chalmers for that one-of-a-kind piece that is better quality, often for less.
Chalmers Jewelers in Middleton
And Madison.
Kevin Hoffman is the owner-president of Event Essentials. For 3 decades, they've had document imaging technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
I consider them as an advisor, a consultant, a business partner, that sort of thing.
Kyocera from James Imaging Systems, Kyocera copiers, Kyocera network printers, Kyocera color systems, and local service that keeps your business running on all cylinders, all the time.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that part of the business. I can come in at any hour of the day and scan a document or whatever and send it out. I just know that it's going to work.
James Imaging Systems, one goal, one priority, helping local businesses do business better.
I mean, I've been pleased over the years. It's just a good relationship overall.
Kyocera copier printers, and extraordinary service and support from James Imaging Systems. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Judgmental Jim Rutledge, man-child Matt Hamilton, Rutledge and Hamilton.
Bear-Packer game. Look, that is a side of you that none of you want to see. I checked the phone once and I was like, I should let these guys know so they don't think I'm a jerk of just ignoring them.
No, I would have given you the benefit of the doubt. Now we just think you're a jerk because you told us we're going to intentionally ignore you.
I guess that was a miss.
Rutledge and Hamilton presented by Coors Light. Weekdays 4 to 6. Also brought to you by Ridgetop Exteriors, Metro Kia of Madison, and Ho Chunk Gaming Madison.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You wanted them, you got them. Even more Black Friday Now deals at Fleet Farm. Save on delicious Bear Creek soup mixes, 3 for $9. Plus, take 20% off all Lego sets. Spend $100 on Under Armour, get a $30 Fleet Farm gift card free. And stock up on nut and berry bird food, 20 pounds for just $24.99. Shop Black Friday Now at Fleet Farm, home of everything you need for everyday life.
Welcome back to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Love pulls the trigger on a deep one. Caught! Touchdown! Jaden Reed on the grab. The Packers dial it up and cash in. 35-yard score.
Packers fall today to the Steelers on the road. 23-19, the final in that one. 800-990-3776 is the number to get into the show. Brad in Rockford hits us up. So I was doing pregame this morning, and as part of that, we have, there's a segment in the pregame where you kind of throw out some player props brought to us by our friends at the Island Resort and Casino. Brad in Rockford saying, Gabe talked me into taking the over on Musgrave at 2.5 catches, caught 2, dropped 2. I hope you also took the over on his yards, because I said, hey, take the over on the yards as well, which was only 26.5. If you took the over on the yards, you'd have ended out even. Jordan played better off, and I'm off Sugar-Free's hater train. That's Brad in the 815. So Sugar-Free catching some heat on the talk and text line as well.
Well, no, once we understand that nothing matters other than the percentage, which I think is important, but you can't not look at throwing long. That's what I certainly brought up, and he threw long best. He listened to the coach. He had some great passes. He had a couple when he was really pressured, the one late where he could have easily been knocked down before he got the pass out. So I feel good about his percentage, given how he threw the ball, when he got some completions on the long passes, which you have to be able to do.
You got to be able to push the ball down the field in the NFL. And he did it when he had to.
Yeah.
800-990-3776. Jason and Racine, you're up next on Green Bay Game Night with Homer, Gabe, and Tausch.
Hey, guys. Lifelong fan. I just want to bring up two things. First, the defense, I'm tired of holding my breath when it's 3rd down and 18 and the guy catches a ball 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. We got two defense people right there within 5 yards of him. He makes one move, and it's 4th and 2 instead of 4th and 10. And the second point I want to add is I feel like Jordan Love has just been so epically bad that you guys are giving him more credit than he deserves right now. Because, was that touchdown to Dobbs, was that just a better throw by Love or a better catch by Dobbs?
That's a big boy throw. That's a big boy throw to throw it to the back corner of the end zone like that and put it in a spot where your receiver can catch it. It's a good catch, certainly by Dobbs, but it's not like an inaccurate bad throw. That's a great throw. Usually on the other end of a great throw is a pretty good catch.
Yeah,
he just needs something special at the end of a game now. That's all. Then you would.
Yeah, I agree. And he shrinks in those moments, I feel like.
I don't know if he shrunk today.
Gabe, you said it, or Tausch said it. You need someone to go to. They know you're going to throw. You know you're going to throw, and you have to have somebody that if you throw a really good pass, that person can get it.
So a few years ago, when Davante Adams was starting to become Davante Adams, the Packers are playing the Cowboys, and Aaron Rodgers, they're driving down late. Packers are trailing at the Cowboys early in the season, and he tried to go back shoulder to Davante. And Davante came right back and said, hey, do it again, but throw it better this time. And they ran the exact same play, and Devontae went and got it. Like, that's the type of guy you need. Somebody, and at that point, Devontae Adams had not become all-pro Hall of Fame track Devontae Adams. That was like the start of that
and
for
we
Devontae.
need to tell him don't throw to Watson.
Yes.
And Musgrave, which House said, that you got to throw to the other people. Use them as decoys or as blocking or as something.
Yeah, if you're going to throw a contested catch, it's got to be to someone other than those two. Yeah.
That is the next step in this whole deal, and I think this was always going to be a tricky season for a lot of us that have seen so much good football to just kind of understand that you're going to have a lot of bumps in the road was something I didn't want to accept. Frankly, I've learned to accept it. I've understood it now. And today was one of those that I thought you could have climbed over. And unfortunately, whether you want to look at it from the penalty that or the bad call on the lateral, there's a couple of ticky-tack holding penalties that ended up giving Pittsburgh another set of downs that gave them points. You look at it from 100 different ways, but the bottom line is you have to figure out how you're going to win these close games at the end, and that is a hard thing to do. And you have to figure out who you're going to be your guys to do it. And that's what they're going through right now. They've went through it. They failed. At some point, they're going to need to succeed. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Today was a great opportunity to do it. You didn't, but you are seeing steady progression. And the thing that sucks from an analyzing it standpoint is I know, hey, these are big boys. Got to win. Got to find a way to win. Yep, you do. But when you make the decision to go as young as this team has, you understand why they're not winning. And that is the moral victory, losers mentality, pollute my mindset. The mindset is polluted. That's just where we're at. And until you win some of these games, this is what this Green Bay Packers team is right now.
800-990-3776. Rob and Madison, you're up next on that Botobox Wine Line.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Rob?
That Christian Watson, Jonathan Taylor trade looks pretty sexy right now. Got multiple things to say. I mean, it just sucks how Aaron Jones was today, from the drops to cutting in instead of cutting out. But whoever the caller was giving crap about Jordan Love with his completion percentage is a moron. There's so many factors into that. But here's the one thing I'd like to say, too. If I was Jordan Love right now and the Packers came to me and offered me a contract, they'd be like, screw this. I'm betting on myself. You know? And then I'd expect them to trade Jair Alexander, too. He's no Deion Sanders.
All right. Appreciate the call, Rob. 800-990-3776 is how you can join us on the Botobox Wine Line. And it is a moral victory, Tausch, but when you sit back tonight after the show's over and pour yourself a nice Tito's drink, you're going to be thinking about some of those Jordan Love throws and how this offense might be going in the right direction.
I will be, and you should be too, and you should take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering simply by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th, which is coming up, for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batched cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 to enter. Crafted to be savored responsibly. Yeah, and Jason just texted us. I think it's an important point to know. Aaron Jones needs to be one of those guys, Homer, that we were just talking about. Guys at the end of the game that are going to make the right decisions and help grow your football team. And Aaron Jones had an opportunity, caught that pass underneath to get out of bounds, and he cut it back inside. I think our caller just alluded to that.
It cost him, 20 seconds?
Yeah.
At least.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, that 20 seconds, that's huge.
Yes. What was he thinking?
I don't know.
He was trying to make a play because he didn't have a good game. I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't have it today. He just didn't. And a young football team like this, your best player, you have to have it every game.
Well, it could have cost him a player.
You've missed a bunch of games already.
51 seconds to 28 on that one play.
Yeah, and then you see that greenness in this group that you got to go faster than that after. You can't have that much. You got to line guys up. You got to just have a play. You got to go. It maybe ain't the perfect play, but you got to go. So that play, Aaron Jones, he is your best player. He was brought back for a reason, and today he wasn't their best player, and that's a big reason why we came up 4 points short.
Safe to say, I don't think Aaron Jones is going to be anybody's dog of the game, but we're going to hand out the dogs of the game coming up next on Green Bay Game Night.
More Green Bay Game Night coming up on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
I just saw somebody's printing steak. I understood waffles go to these hotels. You get a 3D waffle or a pancake. I'm seeing now they're doing 3D steaks. Can you believe it?
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Grassland Dairy, Home and Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Hey, this is Eric Name of The Athletic. You're listening to Madison's Home of the Bucks, 100.5 ESPN, WTLX Monona, Madison, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Studios in downtown Milwaukee, alongside Homer and Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher. Here's Gabe Neitzel.
Packers fall to the Steelers 23-19. You can react with us on the VodaVox One line, 800-990-3776. Call, text. If you want to react to the Packers falling, and the record now stands at 3-6. Steelers now 6-3. And if this Steelers team, by the way, which doesn't have a ton of talent, and I mean, you take a look at where their rankings are offensively, defensively, if this Steelers team makes the playoffs and Mike Tomlin doesn't win Coach of the Year, they just need to get rid of the award.
Well, yeah, but they're going to get in the playoffs and lose right away.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, this isn't a good roster, Homer, and they keep winning games.
Yeah, do you think that Pittsburgh people are calling into their show tonight saying that Kenny Pickens, however Homer wants to call it, he's not the guy, and don't give him a contract extension? He's 2 years in.
Yes, they're saying that. Sure.
I don't want him as my guy moving forward.
Yeah,
I don't.
I think that's pretty safe to say.
How would
but the
you
problem
guys answer
is,
that
the problem is with them,
Gabe,
Tausch, is they have too good of a coach. Like, Mike Tomlin's never going to have them bad enough where they're going to be picking one of the top quarterbacks. They're going to have somebody kind of fall to them with wherever they draft, which is why they took the flyer on Kenny Pickett to begin with.
Okay, that's a good point. I think we should throw this up on the old question line, talk and text, however you do it, Gabe.
All right.
Homer.
We can put it on Twitter as well.
And I think you brought it up, Homer. What does this team after, what are we now, 3-6? Is that our record?
3-6.
After 9 weeks, so we're more than halfway through this season. What do you come away with saying, man, do we do this well? Where are we at? What's the answer? What do you guys got?
We long snap it well. There haven't been any botched long snaps this year.
It was a high snap on that field goal, actually, if you look back.
Oh, okay.
High snap.
Well, but somebody covered up for him.
I was thinking today, Keyshawn Nixon, he's been pretty good, but he hasn't had the home run yet. He had the big kickoff.
He had a 50-yarder today,
in the second half. So he's done some good things, but he's also made we've lost
Bad
some yardage
decisions.
on some of Keyshawn's too. But we can live with that, and I think the broadcast did a great job of kind of pointing out that the coaches have told them, go make a play because the offense needs to have kick starts and everything else. But I don't know if I have a great answer for you.
What do the Packers do well?
Great.
Oh,
Not
great?
okay. Or
they don't do
NFL
anything
standard.
great. They don't do anything great. If you're
what
three,
do they do best?
Yeah. If you're
What do they
3
do
and
best?
6, chances are you're not doing anything great.
What do we do best?
There's no answer.
Yeah. It's very similar to a question.
So what do we feel? So what do we feel good about then? Because Jordan Love looked like an NFL quarterback today?
Well, yeah, he seems closer to quarterback. I think that it's more and more likely that Barry's gone after this year. I think the wide receivers, even though Watson's been a disappointment, that Wicks and Reed, as Gabe was the first one to say, that those guys can play. Now, we thought you'll have to see him play next year.
Well, because we thought the same thing with Dobbs and Watson last year.
Goody, who was horrible at picking wide receivers to give help to Aaron Rodgers late in his career, seems to be doing a pretty good job. Like, I expect that by next year, Jordan Love's going to get better because the receivers are going to be better and he's going to have better options. Now, I would still kind of hope he'd maybe bring a vet in there somewhere or do something like that. But I would say that's the best I got.
Yeah, what I feel good about is I feel that over the last 2 weeks, we've started to see some of the growth that we were hoping for all season long.
The worst part is that, you know the defense isn't special. I mean, they were 10th in points given. There's just, you can't really count on the defense to do anything. The special they had was Jair. He's hurt. Kenny Clark's supposed to be special, but some games he doesn't seem special. And we know Joe Barry's not special. So what's going to be good enough for this team to be a playoff team?
Well, I mean, they're not going to be a playoff team.
No, I mean in the future. Like by next year, they're going to have to score better.
Yeah. They're going to have to take the moments that they had today.
Yeah.
And while we're going, this is a good moment, they were able to they got to push the ball in the end
Finish
zone.
the deal.
They were 1 of 5 in the red zone in terms of touchdowns today.
Yeah.
1 of 5.
And after they got the 2 field goals, when you thought they could have gotten any of those times, then they punted and had the interceptions that, of course, induced by this situation. But they couldn't, they should have been able to get into the end zone.
Yes. But that's all, like Tausch said, that's a part of the growth process.
Yeah. So either you guys have anything? It's not.
No,
even
I just
what's
put it
gonna
up
be
on Twitter.
special
I'm
now.
I'm going to crowdsource it because we literally just had about 3 minutes of dead air trying to figure that out. So.
Well, but I even go next year. What's going to be special next year?
Well, it can't. No. Don't do that.
Why not?
Don't do that.
This season is about
because
next
it's not going to
year.
be the same team. This team is going to be completely different than next year.
What's going to be completely different?
There's going to be a lot of new people. There's going to be a lot of new faces. There's going to be a lot of new faces.
Running back?
Okay.
Left tackle.
Yep.
Probably center.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have a wideout. You're going to probably have a different running back. You're going to have. There's a ton of spots.
Are they going to be a lot better? Is that what you're
I don't
telling
know.
me?
I
don't know,
idea.
Homer.
Oh.
I don't know. That's why next year I'm saying we do so much talking about what we think is going to happen. We just saw 9 weeks. We're halfway through this year's edition of the 23 Packers.
Yes.
And we finally see a little bit of growth from our quarterback the last 2 weeks. We did not see any of that for a month, 6 weeks. That's where I think the depressing stages of this season have been. Now we have a little optimism, but what do we do well? What do you feel great about moving forward?
They don't.
And I'm having a hard time answering that question, too.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time. I don't have an answer.
We'll see if Tausch has a hard time answering this question because it's time to give out our dog of the week.
We got dog. It's time for the Sit Mean Sit. Yeah, we got Jimmy. Dog of the game.
John Money Alexander. Christian Watson. Quay Walker. He's a dog. Aaron Jones. Kenny Clark.
Presented by Sit Mean Sit Dog Training in Waukesha and Milwaukee. Visit sitmeansit.com.
I'm confident that Homer's not going to have the same dog of the game as he had last week.
And I'm not going to complain about either one, whatever you guys pick. I got a feel I know who Tausch is going to pick.
Tausch, who you got as the dog of the game?
Woof, 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 woof. This is a good woofer this week. It's Zach Tom. I thought coming into the week, obviously everybody's going to be worried about T.J. Watt. He's a game wrecker. But today, throwing it 40 times, yeah, he got a sack, but it wasn't like he got beaten quickly. It was kind of a long, drawn-out play. T.J. Watt was not much of a factor today. He wasn't. And Zach Tom was one-on-one. The Packers obviously did some things to help. But for the most part, I saw at the end of a game, Zach Tom blocking T.J. Watt. I saw Zach Tom winning more battles than I think a lot of people thought. I think today put him on the map. When you start evaluating what he's doing, he's been good, but you have to have big games against great players, and you have to do it over and over. He is on that trajectory. He is going to be my answer to the other question. He is my answer to the woof, 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 dog, dog, dog. He's my dog of the game in a good way.
No one wants to be my dog of the week.
Bad?
It's terrible.
That's a
Jordan Love.
That's a sick
bad
dog.
dog.
Throw
That's a
the
sick
ball.
dog.
Bad dog.
Throw the ball better long and just wing. Well, what did LaFleur say? Just to let her fly.
Yeah, let it rip.
And he did both immediately. The week they said to do it, maybe LaFleur said it weeks past, but he did what he needed to do. He threw the ball. He did seem to throw it with more confidence, and he had some great long passes. Though he doesn't want to be my dog of the week because the dog is, yes, without a doubt,
That's
to
a
respond
sick, yeah,
that quickly, exactly in the manner, and I would emphasize, do it well. We would have been willing to say, he didn't throw it well long, but at least he threw it better. No, he threw it well long.
It's a little better, but
no, it's bad. I think I have a chance to be special by being bad.
There you go.
No, it's bad. No, You're 100% right. You know, Homer, you're always taught in radio, do an A or do an F. You did both on that.
Just an F.
My dog of the game, I'm going with Keyshawn Nixon, not just because of the return he had, but there were a couple of times where he came up at the line of scrimmage to make some plays, and they needed that, especially after they traded away Rasul Douglas, because we saw Rasul Douglas do that a few times this year. In his career, we've seen some of that out of Jair Alexander. Haven't seen it much this year. But for Keyshawn Nixon to play the way he did, have a pass defended in there, almost had an interception, had a good day returning the ball. I think Keyshawn Nixon, especially defensively, he was the most veteran that they have of the cornerbacks. He stepped up, played well, made some tackles around the line of scrimmage as well. Keyshawn Nixon, my dog of the game. Ho, ho, ho.
Woof, 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 woof.
I'm disappointed. I was going to go with Reed and Wicks because you were the guy who said these guys are going to be 1 or 2, and they came through. But I thought you were going to, and I didn't. I want honorable mention to Reed and Wicks for, just as you said, they would get this position, and they showed why. Dobbs still did something, but in terms of they keep showing more and more, those are the guys you want to go to when you need something.
Plus Dontavian Wicks. I mean, Tausch pointed out earlier, that vertical that man has, he was up off the ground trying to haul one of those passes.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
And he has
he's
good
the real deal, and I think you're going to see
spatial awareness.
Yes, spatial awareness is better. Yeah, Homer, I've been on Prize Picks a bunch with that, and it's been good. They're going to
he killed it.
His
you know what he
up.
was today? I think he was like in yardage
12.
like 12. Yeah.
No, it's 12.
Yeah.
And they kept him there the whole time. It's been so a close-up shop for me.
Yep.
I feel a lot better after watching today's game about a lot of things. Obviously, the run defense is not one of them. The Joe Barry saga, I think, is going to be the motif of the week for Packer fans. But I think the Jordan Love and the young wideouts and the way that Green Bay protected Jordan today needs to be the okay, we're building, we're having some positivity, and I think that is the best part of what we saw today. I think Aaron Jones and Christian Watson, if they played, especially I'm just going to put, because Christian has not proven it enough over the course of his career, if Aaron Jones has a regular Aaron Jones games, this game would have been a victory for the Green Bay Packers. And if the officiating wasn't a complete bumble on that lateral. But all in all, polluted mindset, everything that goes with it. Today was a growing pains day. We had some, but Jordan Love, you can start seeing some growth in a positive direction. And I think, as we thought most of the offseason, that's what this season is about. And today was a good day in that regard.
Appreciate it, Tauch. Look more forward to hearing more of your thoughts tomorrow morning on Wilde and Tauch. Starts at 9 a.m. on ESPN Wisconsin.
Sounds good. I just wonder, I hope Tom Clements feels the same way I do.
I know Tom's feeling real good about the reason he stuck around to see games like this from Jordan Love, Tauch.
Yeah, Gabe, is Tom renewing his contract right today?
Oh, he might be. He might be chomping at the bit.
That I agree with you.
I got to hold on to this. I got to hold on to that and eat that for as long as Tauch decides I need to. The dog of the game, it's brought to you by Sit Means Sit. If your dogs don't always listen, or if you ask yourself, why don't they listen to what I say? Look no further than Sit Means Sit. You can have a happy, confident, and obedient dog. Contact Sit Means Sit Dog Training today in Milwaukee or Waukesha to schedule a free consultation. Go to sitmeansit.com and check out their Milwaukee and Waukesha pages. Jason Wilde going to join us next here on Green Bay Game Night.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Adulting in the fall means responsible spiking. For pumpkin spice or whatever your preferred fall drink concoction is, spike it with rum chata. It's a solution for any occasion. Rum chata is the world's finest liqueur featuring premium Caribbean rum combined with vanilla, cinnamon, and the highest quality dairy cream sourced from Wisconsin. Enjoy a smooth shot or a tantalizing spiked beverage with Rum Chata Original. And, backed by popular demand for a limited time, Rum Chata Peppermint Bark. Rum Chata, the superior way to spike and sip responsibly this fall.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, a group of doctors I trusted with my knee surgery. The pain was real and options were important. My experience with each doctor was thorough, the appointments were timely, always close and easy access to the building. My mom felt the same way, I know, when she went there for her physical therapy appointments at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. I trusted their surgical team for my knee surgery, and I know they'll take care of you the way they did my mom and me. Make an appointment at orthowisconsin.com.
It takes a team to meet just about any goal, and that's as true on the football field as it is in the office. So it's good to know that you have the Gordon Flesch Company on your side. For more than 60 years, GFC has provided cutting-edge office technology for companies of all sizes, and as the nation's largest Canon dealer, GFC delivers the latest office technology, serviced, and is supported by the most experienced professionals in the industry. That's business technology managed. Visit gflesch.com to learn more.
From color-changing alexandrite to shimmering zircon and everything in between at Chalmers Jewelers, you'll find high-quality, affordable, one-of-a-kind pieces. We source straight from the gem cutters, and we manufacture in-house from start to finish. As the manufacturer, we believe in truth in pricing. Never pay more for quality and stunning, beautiful jewelry. She's one of a kind, and so should her jewelry be. While others may send your jewelry dreams to someone else to make, with us, your dreams become reality with the help of our custom jewelers, with you involved the whole way. With a staff that has over 200 years of combined experience, why buy from a place that marks up jewelry made by the thousands? When you can buy direct from Chalmers for that one-of-a-kind piece that is better quality, often for less.
Chalmers Jewelers in Middleton
And Madison.
Get get to and from every home game in Green Bay this football season safely. Milwaukee Broad House, Jack's American Pub, and Wanakee Golf Course all offer transportation on game days. They've got bus services with private restrooms and all-you-can-drink packages. There's still room for the November 19th game. Book your round-trip ride and get access to an all-you-can-eat and drink tailgate at the bar on Holmgren Way. Make your game day experience a VIP experience with your official ride to Green Bay. Visit golfwanakee.com to book your trip today and use code ESPN23 for 10% off.
After a serious crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. Your future, your family's future, your quality of life. That's why knowledge and results matter in big truck cases. And not all law firms have the know-how or the resources to handle these complicated cases. At Gruber's Law Offices, we have the experience it takes to make sure you're protected. And there's never a fee until we win your case. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
They get the playoff. Love. Right down the seam for Musgrave. First down. Perfectly timed and executed for 37 yards.
1 of 2 catches for Luke Musgrave today. Packers, though, fall to the Steelers on the road, 23-19. We have lost Tausch. I'm Gabe Neitzel along with Homer. We're still going to be hanging out with you, but while we've lost Tausch for this segment, we've picked up our friend. Well, we've picked up our teammate. We've picked up Jason Wilde as he joins Green Bay Game Nights. Good evening, Jason.
Quite the waiver edition after losing the Star, so I'm glad to be part of it.
I know you were listening to part of the conversation as you're making your way back up to Green Bay from Milwaukee. And were you as encouraged today as seemingly the three of us were by the play of Jordan Love?
I was. I know no moral victories and all that other stuff, but I thought, as I sat and watched the game on my iPad with NFL Plus sitting in the parking lot of the Milwaukee Ballet, I was just thrilled for Jordan Love. Now, there's no doubt that he is still far, far, far from the finished product, far, far, not quite so far away from getting a contract extension from the four of us, and definitely a lot farther still away from sugar-free. But I thought today was a huge leap forward for him because he took something that Matt LaFleur said to him after last week, which was a game that, let's be honest, was a good, not great, but good performance for him, an important performance, a winning performance. He took that coaching point and applied it. And I'm not just talking about the deep balls that he completed, but also the let it rip. That how many times, Gabe, have we talked about this? And I've talked about it with Homer and Bulaga as well, that he just seems like there's these out patterns that he doesn't just step into the throw and unleash it. Well, today, I thought he was really good in that department, in a variety of ways, including the deep ball. I did think it was interesting that Matt LaFleur said that the first interception to Watson, the ball shouldn't have gone there. They should have gone back. Love should have gone backside with it, and so he's going to get a minus decision when they grade it tomorrow. But I thought in a game that they lost, this was a meaningful step forward. And one of the things that I argue with Tausch a lot about is the idea of growth. And I heard him say it again, that for like 6 weeks we didn't see growth from Jordan Love. I disagree. I believe that growth is not linear, and it comes in fits and starts. Well, today we saw growth, and some of it was set up by some of the failures that he's had during the last 6 weeks.
I just liked how he threw the ball long, given all the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, he's still sugar-free is right. I mean, his completion percentage was not high enough.
But did you think, how many times did you think he was inaccurate during the game? Where you go, I thought maybe on a couple passes, but in general.
Yeah, I thought the Wicks throw for sure was the biggest and the most noticeable. I think there were a couple of others that he didn't put right where he wanted. I will say this. I thought he made a fantastic throw on a ball that was not caught, and that was a deep ball to Romeo Doubs earlier in the game, in which Romeo Doubs gets an inside release, but then he goes outside of the sideline, and Love puts the ball where it should be and where he should be, and instead he voluntarily went outside, and I think you heard Charles Davis, who I think does a really good job. I think he's underrated. We don't hear him very often because the Packers don't have many CBS games, but I thought, he made a great point, which I was thinking right before he said it. You just made it that much harder because you gave them the sideline to use as an extra defender against you. So, again, those are the kinds of growing pains that even second-year wide receivers have. And I look at him, and he is still far from a finished product. And obviously we can talk about Christian Watson, who, I think Rob Domofsky had the stat. Love has 10 picks now this year, and 5 of the 10, Jordan Love was targeting Christian Watson on them. Now, if you want to, I don't know what percentage blame you want to put on those, but that's not just pure coincidence that half of his interceptions have been targeted to him.
So what do you do with Christian Watson? Tausch said it, and I would agree. He's not healthy. He can't be healthy and running as slowly as he is.
Oh, I must not have heard that part. It must have been when I turned you guys off so I could hear the press conferences being streamed. But I don't know if it's that. I just think that he's an unfinished product. He's, I think, and I have argued this for a long time. I argued it in the moment. I think we got way carried away about that 4-game stretch that he had. You know how I would say that, they caught lightning in a bottle with Devondre Campbell, which I think I was right about, and they caught lightning in a bottle with Rasul Douglas, which I think I was actually wrong about. I think he's a much better player than I gave him credit for at the time that I said that during the 21 season. But Christian Watson undeniably caught lightning in a bottle over that 4-game stretch a year ago. I mean, all 7 of his touchdowns were over a 4-game span. 3 of them were against Dallas. And we forget that the first 2 times he was targeted in that Dallas game were horrible drops. So I think that Christian Watson, who played at North Dakota State, who it was bigger and faster than most of the opposing DBs that he faced at that level, I never thought that he was as good as he appeared to be in those 4 games. And so the growing pains that I see from him as a second-year guy, that's why it's preposterous to have built. I don't care how much you're excited about how they're going to grow together. I don't care that I believe that in 24 and 25, if this group is together, there's a chance they could be really good. But in the short term, having Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs be your most experienced receivers, and that you couldn't find anybody that could complement that room with some veteran presence, that you didn't need Malik Heath or Samori Toure to be the last guy in that room. I mean, each of those guys have been inactive in various games through the first 9 weeks. You could have gotten one of those guys to the practice squad, and if you didn't, so what? They needed that 4 or 5 year guy. And I still believe, even though we saw Tucker Kraft more than we've seen for much of the season, I still believe those 2 guys, the 3 guys with Ben Sims, would have benefited from Mercedes Lewis in their room. I know that we're not arguing that anymore, but those are the kinds of things that irritate me, is that we're expecting Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson to be like these veteran receivers because they're the most veteran guys in the room, but they're not. They're still young guys. One played at Nevada, one played at North Dakota State. They are going through development just like these other guys. But I'll say this, and Gabe, I swear we talked about this on Green Bay Game Day pregame. The 2 guys that I'm most excited about at wide receiver are Wicks and Reed. And they exhibited that today. No doubt about it.
Why do you think Aaron Jones has games like he does today?
Yeah, and it's not new, right? There are games where he's just he had a fumble last week, not as critical as the fumble that he had in the NFC Championship game against Tampa. But he does have those.
And it's not like the offensive line played poorly, Jason. There were games like this when Jamal Williams was around where they try to run Aaron Jones, he wouldn't get anything, and Jamal Williams would have the carries and the yardage, kind of like A.J. Dillon did today.
Yeah, and look, I texted you guys this as I was driving. You can't, and I am a big Aaron Jones guy. I do think he's the one player that they have that at this point in his career is capable of being special on a meaningful amount of time. But under those circumstances, you cannot, someone of your experience, like if Dontavion Wicks or if Malik Heath or even Jaden Reed runs in instead of out of bounds after catching that ball, I don't like it and I'm critical of it, but at least I could say, well, it's a young guy making a young guy mistake.
Mm-hmm.
That was inexcusable. I mean, and LaFleur mentioned it, and LaFleur was just killing him to have to criticize Jones because he loves Jones and he hates criticizing players to begin with. But, Homer, I think you said the clock went from 28 to 50, from 51 to 28 or something like that.
Yeah, on the one play.
And it's more than just the 23 seconds. Because it gives you more shots at the end zone then later.
Yes.
And maybe you don't throw the ball that gets picked off at the goal line. Maybe you have a sideline ball that gets 10 more yards, and then again, I understand. He threw 2 interceptions, one that was in the end zone, one that was at the goal line, and that's why they were 1 for 5 in the red zone. But, I thought this was an enormous growth game for Love, but I thought one of the growth moments was the check down to A.J. Dillon.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard Tausch say this earlier, too, before he left, that, we've seen him. The throw to Samori Toure at the end of, Denver? Jordan Love had a check down, right, in that game. And instead he went deep to Toure, and it gets intercepted. Today, he checks it down to Dillon. They lined up, spike. There's 3 seconds left. That's where the mistake by Aaron Jones is costly, though, because then you have more than 3 seconds when you do that check down. And so, again, it's the kind of stuff that I knew was going to happen with this team. You knew it was going to happen with this team, and it did. There were mistakes that are the difference between winning and losing and moral victories and actual victories. But I don't know if I heard some of your calls that you had during our drive here, and if I was a Packers fan, which I'm not here to tell you how to be a fan because I'm not one of them, but I would feel more encouragement than frustration. And I thought one of your calls was from Mo in Illinois, who I think, even though he said this loss was more deflating, I think it was because he saw all the good things but then didn't get the result, if I'm translating his call correctly.
Yeah, because the next step for the Packers in growth for the offense
is to win.
Well, no, score more than 20 points.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I feel like getting 3 touchdowns out of the offense isn't asking too much.
Well, no, and they easily could have had that if they go either the field goals or the touchdowns.
Jason, I want 1 second half touchdown. That's what I want. They have 2 in the first half, 1 in the second half. I feel that's fair.
That would have come in handy today, that's for sure.
Yeah, they should have put 30 up today.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the Steelers, and I hate doing the, quality of opponent discussion because we've done it with the offenses that the Packers defense has had success against and vice versa. But the Steelers give up a ton of yards. What they don't do is they're good in the red zone and they're good at taking away the football. And today they played exactly to their type against the Packers because I think they got outgained again.
They did.
And yet they got two interceptions and they got 1 out of 5 red zone. They stopped them on 4 out of 5 in terms of scoring touchdowns. So that's how the Steelers bend but don't break, and that's precisely what they did.
Jason, we appreciate the time. Look forward to more of your thoughts on the Packers' loss against the Steelers tomorrow morning. Wilde and Tausch starts at 9 a.m.
All right, guys. I'm glad I got to listen today. This was fun. Take care. Be good.
For over 4 decades, one name has stood out as a symbol of excellence in automotive sales and service. It's the Boucher Automotive Group, dedicated to providing exceptional experience to all their valued customers. Boucher Automotive Group, riding with you every mile since 1977.
Back to your calls and texts on that Botobox Wine line coming up next on Green Bay Game Night.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
You wanted them? You got them. Even more Black Friday Now deals at Fleet Farm. Save on delicious Bear Creek soup mixes, 3 for $9. Plus, take 20% off all Lego sets. Spend $100 on Under Armour, get a $30 Fleet Farm gift card free. And stock up on nut and berry bird food, 20 pounds for just $24.99. Shop Black Friday Now at Fleet Farm, home of everything you need for everyday life.
It's all about the green and gold and nonsense on Kyle, Brust, and Nortman.
Is that a compliment? I don't know. I mean, there are some aspects of Judge Judy that you might be able to shed a positive light on. I don't know.
Successful.
Help me something. Yeah.
She's successful.
I don't like how you guys are pausing right now.
Judge Judy was known for eviscerating people on TV.
Kyle, Brust, and Nortman. Presented by Bud Light. Weekdays from 2 till 4 on 100.5 ESPN and Wisconsin On Demand.
Spend Black Friday at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison and you got a chance to make it a Cash Friday. On Friday, November 24th from 5 to 8 p.m., 21 winners will spin the prize wheel and take home between $500 and $5,000 cash each in our Cash Friday promotion. Plus, November 24th is Ho-Chunk Day, and we're celebrating by giving the first 500 guests that visit our Rewards Club booth $25 in rewards play. Make Cash Friday part of your holiday tradition at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
Life has its moments, times to remember and share. Mark the moment with jewelry from us. John Hayes for Goodman's Jewelers. Make the beauty of your purchase match the beauty of the moment. For over 90 years, Goodman's Jewelers has been providing sparkle to Madison. We can help you preserve a lifetime of memories with that special gift during this special season. Goodman's Jewelers at 220 State Street, the Diamond Store of Madison.
The best is at Goodman's.
2023 is a very special year for Goodman's Jewelers. We're celebrating 90 years of serving the greater Madison area. John Hayes for Goodman's Jewelers. Needless to say, that's a long time and a lot of great memories working with you, our customers. During these 9 decades, we've never deviated from our pledge to you, which is earning your trust, delivering top-notch service, and a selection that's second to none. Discover firsthand why Goodman's Jewelers is truly a destination worth reaching. 220 State Street, Goodman'sJewelers.com.
The best is at Goodman's.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Welcome back to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Right now they'd be looking at a 58-yard field goal attempt. Anders Carlson's long this year, almost 52. He gets the playoff. Love will throw to the sticks. It's a first down. Caught by Jones.
Packers ultimately fall to the Steelers today in Pittsburgh, 23-19. Had a couple of shots at the end of the game, but both possessions end with interceptions from Jordan Love. He's Homer, I'm Gabe, hanging out with you here on Green Bay Game Night. 800-990-3776 is the Boda Box wine line to get into the show, where we go out to Joel in Janesville. Joel, you're up next with Homer and Gabe on Green Bay Game Night.
Hello, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, you bet.
I see a lot of problems. I like the way the offense is trending. I love it. There was a guy, Jason from Racine, that was saying that the touchdown throw to Dobbs was a better catch than throw. I don't see that. That was a great throw.
Mm-hmm.
But the one guy to me that is not giving his full effort, or even looks like he is Christian Watson. And I'm not saying that because his stats aren't there. He just doesn't look like he cares. And for a young quarterback, you need people to give effort like Wicks and Reed and Dobbs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not seeing this Watson thing translate from last year, because last year he had a Hall of Fame quarterback. So, yeah, sometimes things look easy. But with Jordan Love is going through his progressions, and he keeps giving the guy confidence, and he's not fighting for his quarterback. It's very concerning to me. I'm 45 years old. I've seen a lot of bad Packers when I was young. Now I'm older. I've seen a lot of good, but Christian Watson, to me, is not showing effort.
See, and I think he shows effort. I just don't think he has that skill.
So there were some plays. So Chewy and I have been doing the All-20 Chew. Couple episodes now available on ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube, where I pick 5 kind of what I think are key plays throughout the course of the game. If you have any suggestions, by the way, for that, just hit me up on Twitter at GeneItzel16. If there's any plays you want to hear Chewy break down from this week's game, we'll get that out late next week. And there are a couple of times where it doesn't look like he's running with full effort on clear-out routes, where he's clearly not the number one option. He's supposed to run deep, kind of clear some guys out. So that was one of the questions that Chewy has had. And again, that's just a handful of plays that we've looked at over the last couple of weeks, where there are certainly times where he is kind of booking it, where it seems like maybe he is, one of the top options in a route. But I think what the issue that people have is his inability to fight for the ball in a 50-50 situation like it was in the end zone today. Like, first of all, how do you not just beat an old Patrick Peterson off the line? First of all.
That's the part that I think he's not the same as he's hurt.
And then second of all, now you've got to be able to find a way to fight for the ball, and he's just kind of fading away from it instead of being able to kind of stop and fight his way back to prevent what ended up happening.
Right, but we've never seen him do that. Have you?
No, haven't seen him do it, but that's what NFL receivers do.
Correct. But the other part about when he's not the number one guy, I can see that conceivably could be effort.
Yeah.
I just don't think he has the skill to do it. I think his body, the way he runs, he's running like a track guy. Track guys don't all of a sudden adjust their body.
They're running in a straight line. You can't put a foot in the ground, stop the momentum, and then fight your way back like you have to on a football field at times.
So
which is a problem. Then he's a one-trick pony, and he's Corey Bradford. He's Jeff Janis. He's not. MVS is better than that because you're not going to get a 3-year, $33 million contract unless you got a little bit of wiggle to you. If you're just a straight-line guy, the speed is nice, but it's not going to get you that second contract.
Right. It's what group of catches can you make? Mm-hmm. Not just the straight down. Can you cut across over the middle? Can you in a zone just stop? Because they're afraid of your speed.
Yeah.
But there's no adjusting. You're catching passes almost primarily because you're open.
Yeah.
And you're open because they're afraid of your speed, or you're using that speed to stop in the middle of a zone. You can have a variety of catches that you can make. But we know there's some that you're not going to. And you open it up for other people because he's really fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 800-990-3776. We'll get to more of your calls, more of your text on that Boda Box wine line, because football fans, tailgating season is here. If you want to win at tailgating, you need to Bodify your beverage choice. Boda Box wine is the ultimate addition to your tailgate party. This premium wine comes in a box fitting perfectly with in your cooler or trunk. There's no heavy glass or corkscrew to deal with. 1 3-liter Boda box is equivalent to 4 bottles of wine, so it's great for sharing. Bring the wine that wins with wine critics. Boda box. This is how we Boda. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older. Boda Box Vineyards, Manteca, California. More of your calls and texts on that Boda Box wine line as we continue with Green Bay Game Night.
More Green Bay Game Night coming up on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Ben Brust here to tell you about why your next work van should be from Mercedes-Benz Sprinter at Zimbrick European. First off, we have versatility. The Sprinter vans offer 16 body types and thousands of ways to customize that space. Number 2, we have reliability. Sprinter's most powerful diesel engines last longer and require less maintenance, spend more time on the road and less time in those bays. Number 3, we have safety. Sprinter's safety technologies include curtain airbags all around, load adaptive electronic stability program, and crosswind and attention assist. Number 4, Van Care Mobile. Our maintenance team can come to you with routine service. Who wants to go in? Let them come to you. They work with multiple trucks on one visit. Use the Mercedes Me Connect. And last but not least, get your Zimbrick Sprinter at Zimbrick European at Rimrock Road and the Beltline, or go online at ZimbrickEuropean.com because they never charge over the MSRP.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
I just saw somebody's printing steak. I understood waffles, go to these hotels, you get a 3D waffle or a pancake. I'm seeing now they're doing 3D steaks. Can you believe it?
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Grassland Dairy, Hallman Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Since 1956, Hallman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Hallman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Hallman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Hallman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here and ready to help. Anyone can call or text 988 or chat via 988wisconsin.org to get connected to a trained Lifeline counselor. Trained counselors are here to support anyone experiencing a suicidal, mental health, or substance use crisis. You can also contact 988 if you are concerned about someone. 988 is confidential and free to all Wisconsin residents. 988 24/7. Call, text, chat. Here to support you. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
3rd and 10 for the Packers. Love steps, delivers, wide open at the 30-yard line. Catch made by Wicks, and he takes it to the 15. The Packers are in business as Love finds a way for 32.
Saw some good things out of Jordan Love today, but ultimately the Packers failed to win in Pittsburgh at 23-19. Schedule not getting any easier for them. They have the Chargers coming to Lambeau Field for a noon game next week. Chargers tied currently with Detroit at 24 apiece halfway through the third quarter. After that, the Packers take on that very Lions team on Thanksgiving. And then the final game in this tough stretch features the Kansas City Chiefs in what's right now a primetime game coming to Lambeau Field as well. 800-990-3776, the number to get out on the Boda Box wine line. Let's go out to Mark in Fort Myers. Mark, you're on Green Bay Game Night.
Hi there.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, I was calling to see if anyone else was disappointed with the runs off left tackle. Why don't we go to a 4-3 instead of a 3-4 on running downs? It's really discouraging.
Well, I mean, the Packers are just going to run a 3-4. Everybody runs a 3-4, but they can have the biggest issue right now with the defense at times is they only have 2 down linemen. I heard a caller earlier kind of point that out, and I think Joe Barry can get manipulated into that because Joe Barry wants to be in his sub packages. He wants to be in that nickel. He wants to be in that dime to protect against any sort of big plays, and it doesn't seem like stopping the run is that important.
It doesn't seem. It isn't.
In 2.5 years, it has not seemed like it's important.
Yeah.
But to Homer's point, yes, that's fair.
For the 2-year plan.
Yeah, does Joe Barry need to adjust that? I would say he does. But again,
is he going to adjust it?
No, he is not. He's not going to change who he is, Mark.
And everyone's. Yeah.
I wish you were right, Mark. I wish you would change that, especially when you're going up against, like, just dare. And they tried to at the end, and it was kind of maybe a little too late. Dare Kenny Pickett to beat you. Continue to stuff the run, and they can't do it or refuse to do it.
Likes to play zone with his defensive backs?
Yeah. He likes to have the nickel back in there.
Right.
And again, we saw that earlier this year when he got manipulated, and then he tried to blame it on, oh, well, they didn't sub, so we didn't get to sub. Well, in a goal-to-go situation after an interception, maybe you should
because when
have
you
3
work
linemen
on stopping
the
run, you're going to have to play man-to-man.
Yeah, probably a little bit more.
Yeah.
And maybe, again, with 2 rookie cornerbacks with Keyshawn Nixon out there, maybe you're a little more hesitant to do that. You want to play more zone.
There's always a reason.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure maybe he'll go over the explanation of what a turnover is again this week in his press conference. He's running out of things to talk about. And look, I mean, again, with what they did, the Steelers' offense isn't anything special. You hold an NFL team to 20, 23 points. You like your chances in that game. Unfortunately for the Packers, they didn't get it done. That being said, next week, my guess is the Chargers are going to score more than 23.
I'm with you. And they can say they didn't catch a break or they got a tough whistle.
Yeah. When it comes to the turnover that wasn't on the lateral, and I know plenty of people are tweeting about it. I guess even if the Packers win the game because of that play, I feel better and I feel different about this game than I did after the Broncos game or after the Raiders game because of the things that Jordan Love did. Yes, he threw interceptions late, and that has to get better. But he put them in position twice, and I think that's growth. I think he had some really good throws today.
Yeah, he made some plays you're going to remember.
Yeah, which has not been the case for the most part over the first 9 games.
And they had big plays. They had the big plays passing, and then Dillon had the big run.
That 40-yard run for him. Yeah, and they had big chunk plays. I mean, you look up and down. Here we have Jaden Reed, long 46. Luke Musgrave, long 36. Dontavian Wicks, long 32. Romeo Doubs, long 20. He had 4 20-yard pass plays.
And they've had games with none, right?
Oh, plenty of games with none. Plenty of games with none.
That's how you get to 300 yards.
100%. 100%. RJ from Atlanta just hitting us up, 800-990-3776. He's tired of Matt LaFleur not making adjustments in season. Special teams his first few years. Last year was Nixon not returning, keeping Barry too long. This year forcing Watson out there when Wicks is playing well. DeGuara playing. Runyon looked bad all year with Ryan looking promising. Doesn't have a feel for making changes. Look, I think they've invested a lot into Watson, and he's a second-round pick. He's going to play.
Right.
I mean, maybe as the season goes, like, you're not going to go, oh, you made that one bad play, you're going to sit on the bench for the rest of the game. Like, that's just not how the NFL works anymore. That's not how any of this works. And I understand being frustrated with Watson because I'm frustrated with Watson, but they're going to give him every opportunity because of that speed. And if this season, as Matt LaFleur alluded to at the beginning of the season, and Brian Gutekunst finally admitted, even though it's not a rebuild, but a big part of this was everybody growing together, Watson's a big part of that plan. And maybe now, in the back half of the season, you start to see Dontavian Wicks a little bit more, but Watson's a big part of that plan. And Love was never in threat of getting benched. For the same reason, I don't think Christian Watson's threatened to get benched. I just don't see it happening. Maybe they take away a couple of snaps away, but...
Right. He's got to be 2 or what? What is it? 2.5, 3 steps behind someone on a play or two each game.
Yeah.
We've seen it. Mm-hmm. And they've known he's fast, the other teams. If we're not seeing that, then he's not. And you don't, I mean, if there's a double team, you can't throw him the ball.
No.
Unless, and this will be the next thing on long passes, where he's by a guy, you got to get him to it quicker than having to throw all the way down before that second player can get over there. He's got to.
But even then, he might drop it. He had a drop today. He had a bad drop today.
Yes.
Early in the game.
Right. Drops I can handle better than interceptions. When you throw it in a crowd, and this could be our poll question. You throw it in a crowd, what's there a better chance of? Him catching or an interception?
Oh, interception.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not a 50-50 ball. If you throw it up to Christian Watson, it's like a 10-90 ball at this point.
That's the kind of question, if you were in a team meeting, you'd want to ask Jordan Love. All right, Jordan, what are you thinking? Not with the whole team there. What are you thinking on this play? You know, this is what you should be thinking until something changes.
Yeah. 800-990-3776. That is the number to get into the Boda Box Wine line. If you want to join the conversation, still have an hour to go here on Green Bay Game Night.
It's been a season of ups and downs for the green and gold. That can be expected with a young roster and the starting quarterback being young. Something that isn't so inconsistent should be your pregame tailgating game plan. Stop by your local store and stock up for your tailgate with the Noka Boozy Iced Tea. For those looking for a non-alcohol option, pick up Athletic NA craft beers and Liquid Death Mountain Water. Our guests at the Tundra Trio enjoy these products at our pregame tailgate all season in Green Bay. Pick up Noka Boozy Iced Tea, Athletic NA craft beers, and Liquid Death Mountain Water for your next tailgate.
Packers fall to the Steelers at 23-19. More of your calls and texts in 2 minutes on Green Bay Game Night.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here. A couple years ago, my knee was acting up. As an athlete, I've played through pain before, but it was getting to the point where I couldn't compete in the sports I loved. I decided to check out Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. It's the best decision I've made. I felt no pressure to have surgery. That was important to me. We had choices. I ultimately did choose to have a procedure. I was in and out in just hours and back in action shortly after. I recommend meeting their doctors. Visit orthowisconsin.com today.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
Get your team ready. Registration for Madison School and Community Recreation's Winter Adult Basketball Leagues is now open. Jesse Nelson here. With nearly 200 teams participating, nights are filling up fast. MSCR Adult Basketball Leagues offer fun for every level of player and welcome all participants. Put together a women's, men's, or all-gender team for 8 weeks of play beginning on January 8th. For more information and to register, go to mscrsportsleagues.org.
After a serious crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. Your future, your family's future, your quality of life. That's why knowledge and results matter in big truck cases. And not all law firms have the know-how or the resources to handle these complicated cases. At Gruberg Law Offices, we have the experience it takes to make sure you're protected. And there's never a fee until we win your case. Gruberg Law Offices, One call, that's all.
Hi, this is Dave Kane. You're listening to Madison's Home of the Bucks, a good Karma brand radio station, 100.5 ESPN WTLX, Monona, Madison.
This is Green Bay Game Night, powered by ESPN Wisconsin. Live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studios in downtown Milwaukee, alongside Homer and Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher. Here's Gabe Neitzel.
Ring the bell, tip-tap for Green Bay's pro team this football season. Salvation Army salutes bell ringers this upcoming holiday season, which is here, and they ask that you donate into the Red Kettles, or, hardly anybody carries cash anymore. You can donate electronically with TipTap. Your support helps those in need throughout Wisconsin with the Salvation Army. Packers fall to the Steelers. 23-19 is the final. Dick in downtown hitting us up on the Botobox wide line with the text at 800-990-3776. When will we hear on the next replacement for Mark Murphy? Until then, I'm not sure we will know the future of Goody and Matt LaFleur. It seems like, and again, there hasn't been an official announcement, but just the way Jason has talked about it, I haven't heard Rob Domofsky talk about it, but it's something maybe that we won't ask him tomorrow because it'd be more game reaction on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, but maybe later in the season. It kind of seems like Ed Policy is the next in line. At least that seems to be the feel that I'm getting from people who cover the team. Again, that's not any sort of official announcement. That's all rumor and innuendo, but that is where the direction is currently pointing.
That would fit.
Yeah. And again, Ed Policy is the son of Carmen Policy, who
it's a huge part of the 49ers.
Yeah.
Whatever the club is, he's in the club.
Yes. Former commissioner of the Arena Football League. Currently, he was the vice president and general counsel for the Packers. Now he's the COO and general counsel for the Green Bay Packers. That's the current situation here. The current title.
And Murphy is the one who picks the person, correct?
My guess is Murphy would have a large influence, but ultimately, I'm assuming
the executive committee. My assumption is the executive committee is going to agree with whatever Murphy does, unless he picks his.
Yeah, my guess is yes. If the board heavily, vehemently disagrees,
right?
Like for Bob Harlan, Harlan had
James Jones,
and what even happened there?
Something happened. Physically, mentally, there was some breakdown.
There was some sort of fallout there, and that because then Bob Harlan ended up being the president past the mandatory retirement date, just because it happened so close to when Jones was supposed to take over that they then ended up scrambling and ended up getting Mark Murphy away from Northwestern.
I don't even remember. Jason might rob my as to if that was Bob Harlan's choice or if it was the committee's choice. I don't know who picked Mark Murphy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I would assume, given the respect that Bob Harlan has, that Harlan would go, hey, I think this is the guy, and then I don't know if the board does the rest of the vetting. But obviously, if you're going to make a hire of the president in-house, my guess is Ed Policy would probably have the support of the board if he's the current COO and general counsel for the team.
Yes. If they had odds in Vegas, he would be the favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems that to be in the general direction. And if he takes over from Murphy, I mean, who knows? If he keeps everything the way it is in terms of general manager, head coach being an
GM hire the head coach, or does he?
Yes.
I'm assuming the GM will do that, but I don't have any idea. I think that I don't know how it worked in San Francisco, but it seemed to me that it's only been changed like this once, and Murphy changed it, and I've always I don't even know why he changed it.
I assumed it was an overreaction to
Ted Thompson. Yeah, but that was all on him not reacting soon enough.
Well, exactly. So I think that's him overreacting to that, saying, if I'm more involved, this won't happen. And
right. Okay.
Again, that's pure speculation on my point, but it's the only way I can make it make sense in my head.
Right. And teams do it both ways. The key is always if you hire the right people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the issue isn't about right now. We're not discussing. The problem is that Mark Murphy and not Goody has the decision on the head coach. Nobody's arguing that. Everybody's arguing about has Goody done a good enough job bringing in players?
Yeah. Well, and part of that is my biggest issue with this whole thing is it seems to have driven a deeper divide between the front office and coaching staff.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like they work in concert with each other. It seems like, I handle this and you handle that.
I'm your equal.
Yes.
I mean, Mike Holmgren never one day thought he was the equal to Ron Wolf.
No. Part of the reason he left. Because he wanted to be on that level. And he got the opportunity to be the head coach and GM of the Seattle Seahawks.
Right. So that's the difficulty. It's legitimate for LaFleur to say, hey, this isn't fair.
Mm-hmm.
We're equals. Versus you come here and the deal is you're stuck with the players, that guy, and you want to be on the same page. You have to believe in him in terms of he understands what you want. But in the end, you're going to lose because your job is about each year, and his job is to also consider the future of the team.
800-990-3776, the number to get into the show. We've got a special caller on the line here, Homer. Calling all the way from Los Angeles. Apparently we have Al McGuire, who wants to chime in here on Green Bay Game Night. Al?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead, Al.
Well, first of all, did you see the post-game press conference?
We did not see the post game. I mean, we've been doing the show, so we've been.
Tell us.
Yeah, tell us what we missed.
We have a head coach who looked like he wanted to cry, and
why did he want to cry?
He kept saying, "Why did he want to cry?" Because I don't think this coaching staff has the solutions. I think that week in and week out, what's happening is he keeps saying the same thing. I got to look at the tape. And I don't know how you can be on the sideline or in the upper press box and have coaches up there and say, I got to look at the tape.
Well, it's because he can't say what he wants to say.
You got to look at the tape.
No, well, you know what he wants to say? Our players aren't good enough.
What does he want to say?
Our players aren't good enough.
Yeah.
The guy there didn't give me enough vets, didn't give me a team to win.
That I don't agree with. I think the players are good enough. And, if anything in this year, we knew we had a young team coming in. But what I was hoping to see was improvement as the season goes on. And I see some improvement from certain factions, certain parts of the team, and I see regression. I see an offensive line that is in regression. I see a defensive line. I don't understand how you can do – you see you're getting shredded by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you got splits on the defensive line that are leaving. It is so obvious where they're going to run. They're going to run through your wide splits on the defensive line. That's exactly what they did, and ran for huge gains and for touchdowns. I don't understand how a defensive coordinator who is sitting in the booth doesn't see that on the field.
Well, like, Gabe, would you explain to Al McGuire, actually, Tony Crivello, the legendary Al McGuire now. If you haven't seen it, you need to see McGuire. I don't know where it's going to be next. Where are you going to be next? Do you have any next now, or are you?
We may be back again at the Wilson Theater Center. That is in March for March Madness.
Yeah, in Brookfield. Gabe handles all the Barry questions.
Yeah. So the problem with Joe Barry and the things that you mentioned is I don't think he has much of an interest in stopping the run. He hasn't shown much of an interest in stopping the run.
How can a coach not have an interest in stopping the run?
That's a tremendous question.
That's the fundamental thing you got to stop, number one.
Yeah, hey, look, you're not getting an argument from me, but here's another picture of, so Andy Herman just tweeted this out. Andy Herman, Pack-A-Day podcast, does a lot of things, breaking down film online. So Darnell Washington is basically one of their blocking tight ends for Pittsburgh. And he just sent out a picture of 1st and goal from the 4. And
was that the one where it was the Texas hole wide open?
Yeah.
For the touchdown?
Guess how many down defensive linemen are on the field? 1st and goal from the 4.
I'm going to go with 1.
2.
Yes.
Because there are 3 wide receivers on the field, so you got to go to your nickel package. Can't have more than 2 defensive linemen down on the field. And that's just...
Yeah, but who are the defensive linemen that are rushing? That's the other thing.
Well, so
are they capable of getting? Are they capable of beating the block?
No, two guys cannot stop a runner running. There are five guys in front of him, maybe six.
Yeah. So then you talk about the outside linebackers. It looks like Gary and Preston Smith, but you still have in a goal-to-go situation 5 defensive backs on the field.
And I will defer to anybody who wants to be the expert to see how often teams in the NFL have a defensive setup like that. Similar down and distance near the goal line.
We had a setup in this game where we had two defensive linemen on one side and one defensive lineman on the far other side with a huge gap in the middle. And we play our linebackers 5 to 7 yards off of this defensive line at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We don't stunt. We don't fake blitzes. I mean, you watch that game. It's like rudimentary defense without any kind of deception. And because of that, the offense knows where they're going to attack.
Yeah, and it's easy to attack the Packers on the ground. Just easy to do.
You got it.
Yeah. And
if when you get done doing McGuire, would you consider doing a one-man show, Barry?
Oh, God.
I don't think you're going to have as much material to work with, but, it'd be interesting to see.
I can see it now. All right. So we want to start with the defense we used that I believed in as a defensive coordinator. I need 2 big people for our defensive line. That's all. All right. I look forward to watching that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You were if I may, one last thing.
Sure.
You were starting before I came on. I was listening online, and then you were alluding to the general manager. And are you starting to talk about who the next general manager is going to be?
More who the next president is going to be and how that's going to.
Say president. That's what I meant to say. Was president.
Yeah, the next president, which the signs are pointing towards Ed Policy, who's currently the team's COO and general counsel. But again, that's still a decision. I'm guessing we know 6 months in advance.
I had heard John Schneider from Seattle.
No, I mentioned him, but he doesn't have a chance. Well, I would like to see it.
Why not?
Because he's not in the club. He's not in the president club. He's in the GM club. That's what I think.
Why is he just exclusively in the GM club?
I just don't think he's part of that. So he's been a good GM. I think he might like to come back to Green Bay. I just don't think when you look at Policy and his resume, he's in the president's club. He's had positions similar. And either way,
Murphy being a former NFL player is going to be the exception because he had other high-level positions.
Correct.
Like a general. He was the AD at Northwestern before he was hired here. He had other high-level positions. Correct. Because that job, until Murphy made himself more of a football czar,
is to hire the GM and get out of the way.
Correct. And make the team money and be a good
Snyder is at this
business.
You don't think Snyder at this point in his career has had enough experience to be a president of a club?
Yes, I think he does, but I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and it would be a great story if he came back. It's probably not going to happen.
Because the view is also in Seattle as to how much he's really the boss there. Is Pete Carroll the boss ahead of him? So where is he on the food chain there? Thanks for the call, and please, if you can see McGuire, see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Going back to listening.
It's too bad that Al McGuire isn't alive, because you know what he would say? He would say, that guy's better doing me than I am. That's what Al McGuire would have said.
Again, if it's back from March Madness, I'm certainly going to go out to Brookfield and check it out. 800-990-3776. More of your calls and texts coming up next.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Every week this football season, huddle up for the Great Dane Huddle, live from the Great Dane Pub and Brewing Company.
If we can go back just quick, though, to my former position and that offensive line unit, that's what concerns me. This is not our MO. I mean, it is not what we do.
The Great Dane Huddle with Alex Strofe, Tarek Salam, and Derek Engler. Tuesday on 100.5 ESPN.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
Life has its moments, times to remember and share. Mark the moment with jewelry from us. John Hayes for Goodman's Jewelers. Make the beauty of your purchase match the beauty of the moment. For over 90 years, Goodman's Jewelers has been providing sparkle to Madison. We can help you preserve a lifetime of memories with that special gift during this special season. Goodman's Jewelers at 220 State Street, the Diamond Store of Madison.
The best is at Goodman's.
2023 is a very special year for Goodman's Jewelers. We're celebrating 90 years of serving the greater Madison area. John Hayes for Goodman's Jewelers. Needless to say, that's a long time and a lot of great memories working with you, our customers. During these 9 decades, we've never deviated from our pledge to you, which is earning your trust, delivering top-notch service, and a selection that's second to none. Discover firsthand why Goodman's Jewelers is truly a destination worth reaching. 220 State Street, Goodman'sJewelers.com.
The best is at Goodman's.
Spend Black Friday at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison and you got a chance to make it a Cash Friday. On Friday, November 24th from 5 to 8 p.m., 21 winners will spin the prize wheel and take home between $500 and $5,000 cash each in our Cash Friday promotion. Plus, November 24th is Ho-Chunk Day, and we're celebrating by giving the first 500 guests that visit our Rewards Club booth $25 in rewards play. Make Cash Friday part of your holiday tradition at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
It's that time of year where we give thanks to everything we are thankful for. And here at Metro Kia Madison, we are thankful for you, our wonderful community, and our customers. To honor that, Metro Kia Madison is giving you great deals this November. Get into a sporty 2024 Kia Niro for $299 per month for 24 months, with $3,495 due at signing to qualified credit. Great deals are also available on the 2024 Kia Seltos. Search inventory at MetroKiaMadison.com. That's MetroKiaofMadison.com.
If you're looking to fill the vacant space in your commercial building, the local agents at RE/MAX and the Preferred Commercial Group are eager to grow your bottom line. Head to commercialwisconsin.com/ESPN and find an investment partner to lead the way to your property dreams today.
For official rules and more information about every contest on 100.5 ESPN, visit ESPNWisconsinContests.com. That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com. You're listening to 100.5 ESPN and the ESPN app.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
Yeah, a lot of missed tackles. We knew they were going to try to run the football, and they did it better than we did. They went out there and executed better than we did. We had a lot of calls designed to stop the run, and they were still gashing us. So it certainly wasn't good enough anytime. I want to say, what was it, 5.5 yards a carry, or roughly. You can't give up almost 200 yards rushing in this league and expect to win football games.
Rum Chata is the perfect blend of rum, cream, cinnamon, and vanilla flavors. You know, people like cinnamon. The finest ingredients are carefully selected to create the world's finest liqueur, combining premium Caribbean rum, the highest quality dairy cream sourced from Wisconsin, and Mexican spice. Rum Chata offers a solution for any occasion. And now, backed by popular demand, Rum Chata Peppermint Bark is now in stores for a limited time. Find Rum Chata at your local grocer or your favorite liquor store, bottled in Pewaukee, Wisconsin. Rum Chata, have your unusual.
800-990-3776 is the number to get into the show. That's the number for the Boda Box Wine Line. That's where we find Dan in Milwaukee. Dan, you're up next. Green Bay Game Night with Homer and Gabe.
Hey, good evening, guys. I was kind of out in the garage doing some last-minute garage stuff with the weather turning. It was really enjoyable listening to your show. I was really enjoying it. I wanted to get involved in the Jordan Love conversation.
Sure.
I heard a couple people commenting on him. I think one guy, what was his name, Sugar Free or something like that? Some guy you had on the show earlier.
Yes.
He was talking about Jordan Love with his poor percentages and things like that. I can't be in more agreement with him and about Jordan Love. I mean, Jordan Love, my gosh, it's he's not a franchise quarterback. I mean, a lot of people probably aren't going to want to hear this, but he's just not. You know, he's been sitting on the bench for 3 years. He should have came out so polished from coaching and everything else along the way, and he's not. When the game's on the line.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers pretty much played with this group last year.
Mm-hmm.
They won 8 games.
And
Aaron Rodgers.
Actually, the group got worse from last year.
Right. But, I mean, so Aaron Rodgers, as good as he is, with the season on the line, they won 5 in a row. What did they score? -2 points against Detroit? It's fair in this assessment, as everybody does it. We're all GMs of the quarterback. It's fair to say he's got nothing or very little when you assess how he's doing. I don't know how, if Jordan Love wins 6 games, he wins 6, Rodgers won 8. We've seen Aaron Rodgers with this group. And unless you believe he just got horrible, and if you believe that now, it'll change if he ever gets a chance to play with the New York Jets again, and then you'll go, wow, guess he might have still had something. I mean, I'll never accept it. I thought he could win with anybody. But he couldn't, even after they won 5 in a row, couldn't get it done with this group.
Yep.
So how can you say anything like you've said with sure, but just being sure, because you have to factor in Aaron Rodgers with this group?
The only counter I can think of to that, because you got to give Jordan Love this entire year.
Yes.
Have to. And today there were encouraging signs.
Right.
The only counter is, how many Houston Texans receivers can you name? Because C.J. Stroud.
Oh, the kid Nixon, who was the 7th-round pick of the Cowboys. Is that the one guy? What's his last? I just looked him up. I can't even remember his name. He had 172 yards.
Noah
today.
Brown.
Brown. There we go. I was close.
Noah Brown.
Nixon Brown. Noah Brown Nixon. I've done worse. Look it up. He's a 7th-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right there? See if I'm even close on that.
He was a 7th-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys back in 2017.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now, would I say the quarterback they got there is better than Jordan Love?
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Collins has grown, and he did not play today, by the way, for the Texans. People may recognize the name Dalton Schultz, who had some success playing for the Dallas Cowboys. But it's Tank Dell, John Mechie, Robert Woods.
I mean, how do you feel if you're Carolina? They just messed up.
Yeah, that's a whoopsie.
And
because CJ Stroud is special, right? And I don't know if Jordan Love is special, but I'm going to give him every opportunity to try to figure this out. He's the guy we've got, and I'm not going to give up on him or make a full assessment until we get to the end of the season.
You're not going to give him a benefit of the doubt.
No.
There's no need. But you have enough evidence that says around him, I got to give him all year.
Yeah.
And you brought up the 2 wide receivers, and the more they play, if you're right on that, then that's going to help him as the season goes on.
Correct. Now, it's going to be tough for these final 8 games because these next 3 games are against some really good opponents.
Yes.
The final 5, not so much. Although the Vikings look like maybe they're going to be okay with Josh Dobbs at quarterback.
Okay. They are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have the Giants remaining on the schedule. Carolina,
Bears.
Tampa Bay, Chicago, Minnesota.
Yeah.
So you'll have some opportunity maybe build some momentum toward the end of the year. But these next 3 games are going to be pretty important, I think, for Jordan Love. Because you're playing playoff quality opponents. You're probably going to have, it's not probably, you're going to have to score more than 20 points next week in order to win against the Chargers.
They haven't scored more than 20 points in 7 games.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
7 games. And part of the assessment of Jordan Love is also the assessment of how good is the team around him.
Yes.
He's not good enough to carry the team.
No.
And I don't know if he'll ever be good enough.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I know he's not there right now.
Right.
But, to have, and it's been, the point's been made a number of times, to have your best player have the game that he did today in Aaron Jones and then still be there at the end, good on Jordan Love. Because he made some plays to get them in position toward the end.
So we'll see over the course of the year, not just Jordan Love, we'll see the development of the other players and see does their role increase? Do you feel even more confident? Because if you feel more confident about the people around him, that's literally going to change the chances he has of sticking around.
Yeah.
Especially if Goody. We know Goody's the GM. Everybody should understand this. If it's close, Jordan Love's going to get some sort of an extension. It's his guy.
That's going to be interesting.
Without a doubt. GMs like their guys.
They do, but he also kind of hedged his bet with the extension that he gave him.
Yes.
So he gave himself a backdoor out.
Correct.
If he wants to, go out there and get, like Chewy earlier today on Green Bay Game Day on the pregame show, for a dude that goes to bed super early, he was watching a lot of Pac-12 football yesterday. I don't understand it. But
you want to watch the quarterback from Oregon?
Yeah. So he wanted to watch Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr. was playing earlier in the day as they had their game against Washington, or Washington was playing Utah. I really like Penix Jr. Chewy doesn't think that he's necessarily a first-round pick.
Right.
But if you draft Penix in the second round to be competition for Jordan Love, I could see that happening.
Yes, I could. We don't know how much he likes the new people coming in.
Correct.
And given where they are, yes, that could occur.
Especially because you have an additional second-round pick, so you can maybe do that to bring in somebody that has a high upside, and maybe you want to go after somebody like that. It is time for the Prevea Orthopedics Specialist of the Game. This is a no-doubter.
Yes, it is.
This is Keyshawn Nixon. 50-yard return today. As the weather continues to get a little bit cooler, you're going to see him have more of an impact for the Packers returning kicks this season.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And if when the Packers win a game, I'll bet they're going to win a game between now and the end of the year, this year, in which he's the difference.
Gets a huge return for a touchdown, flips field position on a punt return.
Something like that.
Yeah, and it just kind of ends up, flipping the game for you. Specialist of the game, Green Bay Game Night, brought to you by Prevea Orthopedics. Sports medicine knows power starts with the hips. With Dr. Michael Ryan and a team of experts in Green Bay, you get comprehensive and advanced hip care, unlike anywhere else. Prevea Orthopedics, preserving your hips so you can pursue your goals. More of your calls, more of your texts, 800-990-3776, as we continue on Green Bay Game Night.
More Green Bay Game Night coming up on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
The GRB Rays have established themselves as one of the top baseball programs in the Midwest and the country. GRB Academy offers training programs for players of all ages and skill levels. Learn from some of the best baseball coaches in the area and find the program that fits your training goals and your schedule. Spots are filling up fast, so visit grbacademy.com to sign up now. That's grbacademy.com. GRB Academy, baseball for the serious player.
Every event tells a story, from the first impression to the final moments. Have someone guide your guests through every chapter the way you want the story told. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With a strong presence, great voices, and an award-winning team, trust us to guide, direct, and inform your guests through all the different chapters of the day. For fun, memorable entertainment for any event, please visit us at celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Condon Jewelers, the jeweler on the east side, the jeweler on your side. When you see Diamond Jim, you can count on him to be on your side. Selection beyond compare with on-site repair, so you can wear your jewelry with pride. Condon Jewelers, the jeweler on the east side, the jeweler on your side.
Take your shot at $20,000. Pink Lemonade meets exceptionally smooth vodka. Pink Whitney, what a legend. This fall, for a limited time at participating locations around Madison, scan the QR code at point of purchase to take your shot at $20,000 instantly. That's right, a chance to win $20,000 instantly, courtesy of Pink Whitney. Watch for the QR code at participating locations, including W, Chasers 2.0, and the Nitty Gritty. 3 locations in Sun Prairie, Madison, and Middleton. Must be 21 or older to enter. No purchase necessary.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
I just saw somebody's printing steak. I understood waffles, go to these hotels, you get a 3D waffle or a pancake. I'm seeing now they're doing 3D steaks. Can you believe it?
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Grassland Dairy, Home and Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
I'm obviously very disappointed. I thought our guys competed and battled hard, but there are no more victories in this league, and you got to give Pittsburgh a ton of credit. We were right there at the end of the game and had an opportunity to win the game, and twice. And like many times that we've seen on tape, their defense makes a play. They got 2 picks to kind of close it out.
By the way, can I let everybody know they damn well better score more than 20 next week. The Lions have put up 38 on the Chargers.
It's a barn burner, and they're going to need a bigger barn between the Chargers and Lions.
Sure.
It's 38-38 right now, right?
I didn't even see. I didn't even have
I think the Chargers
scored again.
Yeah, Chargers scored again. It's 38-38 with 3:34 left in the ball game. That is wildly entertaining unless you happen to be a fan of one of those teams. Then it's very nerve-wracking. Although, last team to get the ball wins, that could be the Lions who get it with 3:30 left there. Are you heading home from the game wishing there was another way? Maybe you'd rather take a nap or keep the party going instead of staying behind the wheel. There's a perfect and safe solution. It's Milwaukee Broadhouse, Jack's American Pug, and Wanakee Golf Course. They all offer transportation on game days. They've got bus services with private restrooms and all-you-can-drink packages. Book your round-trip ride from any of these locations. You get complimentary access to an all-you-can-eat and drink tailgate at the bar on Holmgren Way. Make your game day experience a VIP experience with your official ride to Green Bay. There's still room for the November 19th game. Book your trip today. GolfWanakee.com. Use the code ESPN23. That's code ESPN23 for 10% off. Text here.
You are correct. It's
game of the year right now in the NFL. Everybody was talking this week about how scoring was down. Scoring's down. Well, the Lions and Chargers doing their part to make sure scoring goes back up.
I think it still is down over the course of all the other games.
It is. Scoring is down in the NFL this year. I think part of that is a quarterback problem. I think there's a lack of good quarterbacks.
I'm willing to listen to anything, whatever, because I I didn't see it coming. They've clearly made the rules to favor the offensive team.
Yep.
And nobody thought and said, oh, but you have all these great defenses.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the result of anybody saying it's about the defenses being better than thought. It's all about the offenses being worse than thought.
Yes.
And even though quarterbacks are far more prepared for the NFL than they ever used to be, given that the game in college has become one that prepares quarterbacks for the NFL.
And yet, we don't have enough good quarterbacks in the NFL.
Or there are more bad ones. I'm not.
Yeah, there are a lot of bad ones. I feel that the gap is large.
Right. There are more bad quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You can use this as you do your 7 at 11 or whatever is at 8. The worst 8.
The worst 8 quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, you've had a number of teams who've already replaced their quarterbacks this year, and the teams are trying to find them. And
Baker's moved up.
Yeah, somehow.
I know, because everybody's worse. He isn't any different.
He's like a league average quarterback now.
Yes.
Even though he's played for about half the teams in the last 2 years.
Maybe better because the bad are really bad.
Yeah. This is a text from the 715-800-990-3776 on the Boda Box Wine line. Earlier asking, why do you think Love is a better quarterback than the Pittsburgh quarterback? The win-loss doesn't indicate that. What am I missing? Then later says Love throws 2 more interceptions and he's getting better. I say BS. Look, first of all, win-loss record, not a quarterback stat. Because if we're doing that, then somehow Kenny Pickett's better than Joe Burrow. Is that what we're doing now? No.
We just watch them play.
Yeah, I just use your eyes, man. And the 2 interceptions that Jordan Love threw, he's forcing it into coverage because he has to. It's the end of the game.
Right.
If Watson makes a play on the ball in the first one, it's not going to be an interception. It's a great play by Patrick Peterson. In the second one, it's the last play of the game. You're just trying to throw the ball into the end zone because that's your only option, and he ends up throwing an interception. Yeah, do I want that completion percentage to be...
that theory, you know who died by that theory? The New York Giants. Because they looked at the record last year and thought, we're going to give this guy the money. And everybody watching said you're crazy.
I mean, they almost had no choice. They won a playoff game last year.
Yeah, they had a choice. Whatever they had a choice to not give him. You can give him $40 million for 1 year. You have choices to how long you're giving him that money.
Yeah.
And you have the choice of him saying, I'm going to leave. And you go,
okay.
800-990-3776.
Let's go out to Phil in Cedarburg. Phil, you're up next on the Boda Box Wine line on Green Bay Game Night with Homer and Gabe.
I sort of think Love played decent today. He wasn't knock your socks off or anything, but his passes were generally on target. He's got a pretty good pocket presence. It seems like he has a pretty good feel for knowing when the pressure's there. He's got, I wasn't as down on him after today as I have been. He looked like he has a chance to be a respectable quarterback. I mean, you don't expect him to win a game at the end, that's for sure. But he didn't embarrass himself. He looked like an NFL quarterback.
No, and I would say he made some plays at the end of the game that are the kind of things that occur. He got a little, but I mean, he threw the ball with the left hand, so he didn't get a sack. He made the play, got the receiver. He made plays that were a part. He just didn't finish it.
Mm-hmm.
But way closer than in past games.
Do you think that pass he made, that 46-yarder on that last drive, was that just chucking it up there?
No, I think he sees an open spot and he knows he's got a receiver there. And again, that's probably like the Rorschach test of how you view Jordan Love. Like if you think if you've been somebody who wants to give Jordan Love a chance, you're going to say, oh, he made a good play. If you're somebody who doesn't want to give Jordan Love a chance, you're probably going to say that was lucky. Much like the caller earlier who was like, oh, that touchdown pass to Romeo Doubs wasn't that good of a throw. Like it's all these different throws are Rorschach tests.
Which was the one where the guy was so close to affecting the toss, he came right on him and he was able to get it out. I mean, that was the one.
Yeah, the one to Jaden Reed. Just to start the final drive.
Correct. He was
it kind of fluttered out of his head.
Yeah, because he was kind of hit as he was throwing hit, but he still had enough strength on it to get it to the spot he wanted to get to.
That's where I thought if I was LaFleur, I'd say that's what I'm talking about. You got to wing it.
Yep.
And you were willing to wing it then, even knowing that you were close to getting hit. You get hit, that could shorten the pass and whatever. But you you were willing to risk it. Just like I remember when they have 4th and 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised he went for it.
Oh, yeah, but they knew exactly what play they wanted to do. Aaron Jones held on to it, but it was clearly.
But it told me there's a certain confidence that he had to have that LaFleur had to have in Love to do that.
Yep.
Because there are other times, like at the end of the first half, he didn't have that confidence.
No.
There was enough time to try to go down the field and possibly have a field goal, but the risk was...
Hey, we get the ball to start the second half.
Correct.
Let's just go ahead and we'll take the ball in the second half, figure it out then. If you have any final thoughts you want to share on the Butterbox Wine line, 800-990-3776 is the number to get in as we wrap up the show. Coming up next on Green Bay Game Night.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
With the holiday season just around the corner, it's important to find that perfect gift for your loved one. Jim Rutledge here for Chalmers Jewelers, my go-to destination for holiday gifts. Their stunning jewelry never fails to impress, better yet, it's custom, made by the great jewelers at Chalmers Jewelers in Madison and in Middleton. So whether you want to treat someone special in your life or treat yourself, go to Chalmers Jewelers in Madison and in Middleton.
Chalmers Jewelers in Middleton
and Madison.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
It takes a team to meet just about any goal, and that's as true on the football field as it is in the office. So it's good to know that you have the Gordon Flesh Company on your side. For more than 60 years, GFC has provided cutting-edge office technology for companies of all sizes, and as the nation's largest Canon dealer, GFC delivers the latest office technology, serviced, and is supported by the most experienced professionals in the industry. That's business technology managed. Visit gflesh.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Jason Wildig for Associated Bank. Looking for a bank with home field advantage? You got it. At Associated Bank, we're more than just a bank. We're your neighbors. That's why scoring a Packers checking account is the right play for your pay. And here's the kicker. Your Packers debit card gets you 10% off at the Packers Pro Shop. Join the team today. Open your Packers checking account at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Associated Bank, the bank of the Packers since 1919. Your money works here. Member FDIC.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber Law Offices after a serious crash? It's free. Yes, free. As in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. Not sure if you have a case? Call our team at Gruber Law Offices today. Your first call and your first consultation are always free. And you'll never pay us a fee until we win your case. If you've been seriously injured, call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It's all about the green and gold and nonsense on Kyle, Brust, and Nortman.
Is that a compliment? I don't know. I mean, there are some aspects of Judge Judy that you might be able to shed a positive light on. I don't know. Successful. Help me something. Yeah. She's successful. I don't like how you guys are pausing right now.
Judge Judy was known for eviscerating people on TV.
Kyle, Brust, and Nortman. Presented by Bud Light. Weekdays from 2 till 4 on 100.5 ESPN and Wisconsin On Demand.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and WTMJ.
It's a play that we practice all the time as an end-of-game play, and most good defenses like Pittsburgh has, they're going to defend the goal line, and you try to run a corner route to flush a defender out of there, and you hit basically an in cut behind it, and they didn't back up.
Matt LaFleur after the game, Packers fall to the Pittsburgh Steelers 23-19. Good news is Packers came out of this game pretty much unscathed on the injury report. Only in-game injury, I believe, was Robert Rochelle, who was hurt on a special teams play, but he came back. So no major injuries that the Packers had to deal with in game, as the post-game injury report presented by Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. There is a difference. Visit orthowisconsin.com today for more info. The Lions.
No, they went
Gutsy
for it
call.
on 4th and 2 because they were about minute whatever. They didn't want to kick a field goal and give the Chargers a chance to have the ball.
Yeah.
They wanted to finish the game, and if they make the field goal.
Yeah, they've run down the clock to 2 seconds, so they're going to try a field goal to win the game and defeat the L.A. Chargers on the road.
And if they miss it, they go to
41-38.
overtime.
Yeah, and then if you miss it, you go to overtime.
I think Arizona's in the process of messing up by winning, right?
Yeah, but Kyler Murray's back for them. It's going to be, as the Packers lose today, and I think that we could be looking at a potential 4-game losing streak coming up here because, as evidenced today with the Chargers, you're going to have to put up points next week. That's going to be tough. As evidenced today, you're going to have to put up points on the road against Detroit on Thanksgiving. That's going to be tough.
Yep.
And then you have
Kansas City,
one of the best teams in football, coming to Lambeau Field in early December. So if we start talking and looking forward to Packers' potential draft picks, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's a wide receiver,
that's going to be a big discussion. And then, as you mentioned, look at the schedule after that. It goes from being very hard to very easy.
Very easy, yes. Very quickly. You have the Giants in there, the Buccaneers.
Giants
are
are
hot
losing
and cold.
42-7 to Dallas, and they're just starting the fourth quarter, and the Lions just made the field goal.
I doubt Tommy DeVito's the quarterback by the time the Packers play the Giants.
Now, I don't know that the Tausch will tell you this on the Prize Picks, but you go under. I got to check. I'm not sure he got to 100 yards today.
Tommy DeVito?
Yeah.
I've got the box score right in front of me. He is at 42 yards.
Yeah, 6 of 13. 42 yards.
With a touchdown and a pick. Rough times right now for New York. Packers, though, I feel I walk away encouraged. And I know there are a lot of people, I've seen it on social media, I've seen it on Twitter, frustrated about the call that went against the Packers on that lateral. If the Packers win this game, I still feel the same because, again, it's about the development of Jordan Love. And I feel he's put together back-to-back games where he's showing that growth. And what he does with it going forward, who knows? But I'm excited for him in a way that I was not excited during the 4-game losing
because he
streak.
made big plays down the stretch. It didn't lead to them winning.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plays that when you thought they could win this.
Yeah.
Everybody thought that because of what he did to get him in that position.
And look, it ended him in 2 interceptions, but he did it twice. He got the ball, got him down.
No one gives him any blame for the first one. Because he threw it up with Jordan, with Christian Watson.
Maybe you should learn the lesson and not throw it up to Christian Watson.
Not throw it there, but in terms of, I was impressed with how well he threw the ball long, and that's the number one issue for this offense. Everything else is secondary. It just is for the future. He cannot play and be the guy if he cannot throw the ball long.
But to me, it was more than just the deep ball.
I know.
It was because there were some other throws where it seemed like he was just aiming or trying to guide it. And the thing that Matt LaFleur talked about this week of, hey, he's just got to rip it. He's got to let it go. And he did that. He did that today.
And threw it well when he did that.
Correct.
Which will, if I was him, I'd get a great deal of confidence in that.
I mean, there'd be times on like an 8 or 10 yard out route where it just seemed like the ball floated and took a while to get the receiver. Sometimes it'd be completed still. But it just seemed like there was more authority behind his throws, which I think was just certainly more encouraging today.
By the way, DeVito just threw a pass for -5. So
damn, he's under 40?
He's down to 37.
He's under 40 now? Unbelievable. Again, I walk away from today feeling better. Am I declaring it a victory Monday tomorrow? No. But you're taking steps in the right direction where if you find yourself in the next 3 weeks, which is going to be possible in all 3 games, that you're in a shootout, maybe you can actually answer the bell towards that shootout. That's the next step for Jordan Love for me. You've made some strides today. Now let's pay off some of these drives, get into the 20s, put up another 30-point effort offensively, and let's get this thing rolling.
You got to have a close game against the Chargers. You have to. I'm not saying you have to win. You have to be. Clearly, you can score a lot of points. If the offense doesn't score many points against the Chargers, then there is no continued improvement.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to get more than 20. I would say 28.
28. If you score 28 points next week, I think you have to feel pretty good.
You should.
Yeah. Win or lose, you get to 28. I'm feeling that's another step forward.
I mean, is Detroit's offense that great?
Yeah.
41?
Yeah. They're pretty good off. I mean, 41 is a lot. I mean, yes, I understand that, but they've got a pretty good offense. They're a top 5 offense in the NFL.
Okay.
Have been since about the halfway point last year.
I go down to 28.
Yeah.
I'll take 27.
28. Take 1 point off of it.
Yes.
But again, I don't think that's too much to look forward to.
Given
right?
what we saw.
Those are the next steps for him.
Aaron
those
Jones
are the
has
next
a better
steps.
game.
He should, yeah. He had his bad game. Now he can go back to having a good game.
Go back having a good game.
That's just the way it works for Aaron Jones.
Seems to.
Appreciate everybody participating. We'll be back once again next week after that Chargers game. As soon as the game ends, join us right here on Green Bay Game Night.
Football fans, tailgating season is here, and if you want to win at tailgating, you need to Bodify your beverage choice. Bodabox wine is the ultimate addition to your tailgate party. This premium wine comes in a box, so it fits perfectly in your cooler or trunk, and there's no heavy glass or corkscrew to deal with. One 3-liter Bodabox is equivalent to 4 regular bottles of wine, so it's great for sharing. Bring the wine that wins with wine critics, Bodabox. This is how we Boda. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or over. Bodabox Vineyards, Manteca, California.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar. Or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Judgmental Jim Rutledge, man-child Matt Hamilton, Rutledge and Hamilton.
Bear Packer game, look, that is a side of you that none of you want to see. I checked the phone once and I was like, I should let these guys know so they don't think I'm a jerk of just ignoring them.
No, I would have given you the benefit of the doubt. Now we just think you're a jerk because you told us we're going to intentionally ignore you.
I guess that was a miss.
Rutledge and Hamilton presented by Coors Light, weekdays 4 to 6. Also brought to you by Ridgetop Exteriors, Metro Kia of Madison, and Ho Chunk Gaming Madison.
Hey, this is Eric Name of The Athletic. You're listening to Madison's home of the Bucks, 100.5 ESPN, WTLX Monona, Madison, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
In the NFL, and I feel like he's going to want every dollar he thinks he deserves. So, you know, I don't know where 49ers are going to get it from, and they still got to keep some money unless they don't ever plan on making Brock Purdy that guy for them. They still got to, you know, they still got to keep some for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll get his contract. I do wonder sort of too if you know the fact that you're trading away what you traded away for Chase Young, it was all right, we need him to win a Super Bowl this year. We need our defense to be a little bit better, and we'll worry about all the rest of that later. Chase Young can go prove it there. Now, what I do like is that they traded for a guy that was teammates with Bosa at Ohio State, so they know each other. That's helped him sort of catch up to speed quickly on the playbook, but yeah, man, with the Commanders, you sort of wonder, is Ron Rivera going to be back next year? You have a whole new ownership group. My guess would be that Rivera isn't back. And, you know, I don't know if Eric Bieniemy goes somewhere else and gets a chance to be a head coach, or they give him a chance in Washington. But Sam Howell has played pretty solid this year. Like we talked about, he can get you some touchdowns. He has to improve on not turning the football over. I don't know that if you're Washington, you can feel comfortable and say Sam Howell's our franchise quarterback, though. I think there's a lot of questions to be answered there in Washington.
Absolutely. So with the Commanders, I'm just trying to figure out, they had this whole little trade, and, they're not having a great season. Did they bring in Eric Bieniemy to take over for Ron Rivera? That's the next question that we all are going to be asking.
That's what you think they did?
That's what I think they did. They brought a guy in with a head coach capabilities, right, to take over. So they're not on a search for a head coach. He's already within their franchise.
And I think for many people that's long overdue because Eric Bieniemy's been up for a lot of jobs. And so if that's the mentality, then that makes a lot of sense. And maybe Ron Rivera just exits stage right. Maybe he says, all right, I've had enough. I'm gonna retire. And Eric Bieniemy, here's your opportunity. Maybe the Commanders have to force him out, and then they give the job to Eric Bieniemy. But Ron Rivera, the one thing that I think gets sort of overshadowed in sometimes the NFL is, having your team in it, right? Like the Commanders haven't had a roster that is the mirror image of the 49ers or a mirror image of, two teams in their division in the Eagles and the Cowboys. But they figured out ways, man, to be competitive. They had a chance to beat the Eagles twice this year.
Yes.
They had a chance to beat the Eagles twice, and they should have won the first one, man. I would have gone for two instead of going to overtime. That wouldn't have been my choice. Riverboat Ron, kind of went away from his MO. But I feel like Ron Rivera, even dating back to Carolina when he took him to the Super Bowl, he keeps his teams in it, man. Like, I think that's something to be said for. I would rather have a coach that keeps my teams in it than has a coach that kind of has the locker room give up on him. So amid a season where they're 4-5, and obviously you'd like to have a better record, and you'd like to beat the Eagles at least one of those two times. I think Ron Rivera is a solid coach. It just feels like sort of maybe the future there with the new ownership group has maybe some other plans in mind, regardless of what this season turns out to be.
Right, and I think they want something different. Snyder made a lot of mistakes, with the franchise for a lot of years, for dating all the way back to a long time back. And, I think, with forcing them out and having this new ownership, guys, that's interested in winning, a winner, Magic Johnson. He wants to win. He's going to find a way to win. He's going to do what he got to do and get the right people in place to win, which is why I think they're going to give Eric Bieniemy a shot at this head coaching title for the Commanders. And, just like, new ownership, so they definitely go try some new things, and this is the first year of it. So we're going to see what happens.
Absolutely. Sam Howell today, 24-35, 242, and 2 touchdowns. Coming up next, how much patience should the Chargers have with Brandon Staley after yet another loss falling under 500? We'll discuss that around the corner on Primetime.
Hi, this is Evan Cohen. Join us Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. Has Jim Harbaugh coached his last game at Michigan, or could he find a way back to the sidelines? Either way, his team squeaked out a victory against Penn State. What does it mean for them in terms of the college football playoff? We'll discuss all of that and Week 10 of the NFL, Monday, 6 a.m. Eastern on Sportsmanlike ESPN Radio.
You promised.
I took the garbage out.
No, I'm talking about all the work we need to get done around here.
I know. We need a new roof and we need replacement windows.
How about a new bathroom and some overdue remodeling?
And how are we supposed to pay for all that?
My sister said she called Remodeling Loans and they were able to find her certified contractors.
That's great. But how'd she get the money to pay for all that?
Remodeling Loans offered 0 interest for 60 months. They even have payment plans with 0 down and 0 deposit.
Looks like we're getting a home makeover.
Great. Now, if I only knew someone to call for a husband makeover.
Really?
Remodeling Loans is the #1 leader in home improvement financing. Call 800-921-1403 today for a no credit check, no risk approval. Get approved today and we'll match you with the best contractors in your area. And remember, no deposit financing is now available. Call 800-921-1403. 800-921-1403.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
We tend not to think about right now, but right now in front of us is victory over cancer. Right now, cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to better treatments and saving lives. When you give to the V Foundation, 100% of your donation goes directly to game-changing cancer research. Victory over cancer is there for the taking by you. Donate at V.org, because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Wisconsin needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
The board-certified and fellowship-trained physicians at Orthopedic and Spine Centers of Wisconsin have been treating patients in the Madison area for over 2 decades, specializing in a wide range of areas including sports medicine, joint replacement, spine, and more. The team utilizes the latest in non-surgical and surgical treatment options that are individualized for your goals and lifestyle, convenient and accessible with appointments available within 24 hours. Get back to being active and doing what you love. Visit orthospinecenters.com. That's orthospinecenters.com.
On the air, on demand, on social, on Wisconsin Sports. Serving Wisconsin sports fans. This is 100.5 ESPN.
Welcome back to Prime Time here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Brandon Jacobs, 2-time Super Bowl champ, former NFL running back. I'm just Jeff Turn, hanging out with a Super Bowl champ on a Sunday watching NFL football, man. Things are good.
Just two dudes, baby.
That's right, man. That's right, here on ESPN Radio. We have an update from Seattle.
Commanders at Seahawks.
It seems to be the fourth quarter is the place where Tyler Lockett scores his touchdowns, and he did it again today. Geno Smith connecting with Tyler Lockett to give the Seahawks the 26-19 lead over the Commanders. 3:47 left. We'll see if we can indeed have another tie game and one come down to a game-winning field goal, as we had two already come down to game-winning field goals so far. The Seahawks lead by 7, so Sam Howell's going to have to march them down and tie this thing up. We'll see what happens. And we'll see if Riverboat Ron, if they do score, do what he did not do in that Eagles game on the road, if they decide to ultimately go for 2. We did have one come down to a touchdown, or excuse me, a field goal after many, many touchdowns in L.A., and here's how it sounded with the Lions getting the win over the Chargers.
Here we go. Final play of the game. Lions going for the win. 41-yard field goal attempt. Hash mark left side. McQuaid to snap. There it is. Fox the hold. Patterson the kick. It is up and it is good. He got it. That's a victory for the Lions on the final play of the game. And what a game it was. Back and forth they went. No separation between these two. And Ronnie Patterson sends it through to secure a 41-38 victory for the Lions. That is big-time stuff.
WJR on the call. The Lions with the game-winning field goal after, as we mentioned, touchdown, all kinds of touchdowns all day for both of those teams. Jared Goff ended the day 23 of 33, 333 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. And here's the most important stat, Brandon. They did not allow 1 sack on Jared Goff today. It's not like Jared Goff is Lamar Jackson and can elude sort of all these rushers and stuff. He's a pocket passer, and the pocket today was tight. I think that speaks to that offensive line of Detroit, but it also speaks to the lack of pass rush and the lack of defense from the Chargers. The Chargers suffer another tough loss today. They fall to 4-5. Brandon Staley got a lot of criticism for going for it multiple times, deep in his own territory, kind of making some against analytical calls, I think, that force some of the fans to have some criticism. But now they're in a spot once again where they are under 500 in a division that's run by the Kansas City Chiefs. And another team in that division just canned their head coach because things weren't working out how they wanted to, and Josh McDaniels with the Raiders. How much longer can the LA Chargers stick with Brandon Staley as their head coach?
I think that they will finish the season out, and I think they will sit at the round table come January and make a decision on their future with Coach Staley going forward. I'm not sure what that decision will be, but I know they're going to sit and have a conversation because they have to. We talk about this guy we talk about this guy week in, week out, being on a hot seat and, not being able to make decisions. We'll put the team in the right situation to win games and just doing everything, against, like you said, analytics. But, I definitely think that they'll have a conversation about it. But I don't think that they will fire him in the middle, during the season.
So a little background to how the Chargers hired Brandon Staley, because Staley was the defensive coordinator in 2020 with the LA Rams. He actually replaced a legend in Wade Phillips. He guided the Rams defense to first in points and total yards allowed. And so he was this attractive name, defensive-minded guy. And so the Chargers go out and hire him to replace Anthony Lynn. And since then, the Chargers defense has become worse and worse and worse under a defensive-minded coach. Like his whole career, outside linebacker coach with the Bears, outside linebacker coach with the Broncos, DC with the Rams. But that's the problem, I think. He didn't have the experience as a coordinator, much less as a head coach. And so through some of these moments of strife and through some of these moments of trepidation, he hasn't been able to handle it that well. I mean, he was only a coordinator in the NFL for 1 year before he got a head coaching job. He's 23-20, 0-1 in the postseason. Of course, that loss came last year after they had that huge lead, and then his defense gave up all those points to the Jaguars. I think his biggest problem is going to be, like, if it was the offense, hey, man, I gotta hire a new offensive coordinator. I got to figure this out. We got Kellen Moore. All right, we'll figure it out. It's not the offense. It's the defense, which is supposed to be his specialty. And that's what I think will probably ultimately be his demise.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this season, and this season alone, I mean, they've given up so many points, not been able to get to the quarterback, as we, discussed earlier. Last year, I say, like, the team, it was a different team. They played good up until the end of the season last year defensively. Just this year, it's just been, non-existent. They hadn't been putting any pressure on the quarterback. A bunch of missed tackles. Like, I mean, it's been a bunch of different things. Not being able to create turnovers and, so on and so forth. So you wonder if he's doing, if he's getting them in the proper fronts and proper set that fits the talent of his players. Does he know the type of players he has? So are they doing something to fit their personnel?
Yeah, no doubt, man. The Chargers' loss was their 13th loss by 3 or fewer points in the Justin Herbert era. I mean, most such losses in the NFL over that span. They can't win close games. They give up a ton of points. And they're in a division where the gap between them and the top is so huge. Like, Kansas City is so much better coached. The only thing that there isn't really, I think, a monumental gap is between Herbert and Mahomes. Like, Mahomes is considered the better quarterback, rightfully so. He has the resume and the Super Bowls and everything else. But Herbert's damn good, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Other than that, man, like, maybe you look at wide receivers and go, Chargers have a little bit better wide receivers maybe overall than when healthy than Kansas City. But other than that, man, everything else, Kansas City and the win-loss record and all the postseason success, like, they just dominate that division, so it has to be highly frustrating for the LA Charger brass to look at what's going on there and then go, well, look at what we got with
and Taylor Swift.
Yeah, no doubt, and Taylor Swift. But I will also say this: it has to feel, if I'm running the Chargers, a lot like what we had with Phillip Rivers, where it feels like we're wasting years of a Hall of Fame quarterback and not getting the postseason success or ultimately a Super Bowl, because Justin Herbert is a generational talent, man. You can see that.
Yeah, but what do you do with him, though? Do you take a generational talent at quarterback and say, hey, we're never going to put you in a situation to win games. We want to trade you. Where do you want to go? Like, what do you do in a situation, like that? Like,
I hire a better defensive coordinator. I hire a different head coach, and then I go out and I figure out a way to improve my defense. And I just say, Justin, we're going to need a year or so. We just gave you this monumental contract. I'm not getting rid of a generational talent at quarterback. You can fix coordinators. You can fix coaches. You can fix defenses. You can't find generational quarterbacks too often. So that's the direction that I'd ultimately go. Coming up next, the Commanders and Seahawks are under 2 minutes to go. Can the Seahawks hang on? That, a big win in Kyler Murray's return. This is Primetime.
Greeny. If you look at the video one time and you say, I need to see it again, the call stands. Instant replay should only be overturning massively blown calls.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
There's nothing like a great night's sleep. If your mattress isn't quite right, chances are you're not sleeping as well as you should be. Steinhoffel's exclusive Discover Your Sleep system maps your body and sleeping position, and then finds the perfect mattress for you through science. So, stop in and find your perfect mattress with the Discover Your Sleep system, only at Steinhoffel's. Relax. It's Steinhoffel's.
In a world without Mountain Dew, life would be pretty dull. Because when you crack open an ice-cold Mountain Dew, you enter a world where the ground rules of life are a little different. So grab yourself a Mountain Dew and get that incomparable blast of neon citrus flavor. Together with Mountain Dew, there's nothing you can't do and almost nothing you won't do to take things to the next level. Hey, the operating rule is pretty simple. If you're not having an outrageously good time, you're not drinking Dew. Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Every event tells a story, from the first impression to the final moments. Have someone guide your guests through every chapter the way you want the story told. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With a strong presence, great voices, and an award-winning team, trust us to guide, direct, and inform your guests through all the different chapters of the day. For fun, memorable entertainment for any event, please visit us at celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Braylon Allen here for Iron Jock Performance Gear and Apparel. You know why Iron Jock says it's what's inside? It's the technology, the 4-way stretch, fit, and feel, the science that is built into the fabric. This isn't any ordinary clothing that you wear 5 times and the fabric breaks down. Iron Jock is tested and proven to kill 99.9% of the bacteria for the lifetime of the gear. It'll feel as new after 75 washes as it did the day you got it. Get yours at ironjock.com. That's ironjoc.com.
You're listening to Madison's home for Milwaukee Bucks basketball.
Lillard, three-pointer for the lead. It's Dame time.
Madison's home of Dame Time is 100.5 ESPN.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. NFL late window nail-biter. Lions walk it off against the Chargers 41-38, capping their final drive with a game-winning 41-yard Riley Patterson field goal. Lions racked up over 530 yards of total offense. David Montgomery, 100 on the ground. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 156 receiving. Jahmyr Gibbs with 2 touchdowns as part of a 330-yard passing day for Jared Goff. Justin Herbert tossed 4 touchdowns in the loss. Lions to 7-2 for the first time since the Clinton administration. Chargers fall to 4-5. Earlier, Browns rallied to beat the Ravens 33-31. Cleveland overcoming a 2-touchdown deficit. Deshaun Watson completed every pass he threw in the second half, while the Browns defense used a Greg Newsome pick 6 to close the gap. Cleveland drove into field goal range in the final seconds where Dustin Hopkins delivered.
Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold is good. The kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good, but there's a flag on the field. Hold everything.
I think it's going to be Kyle Hamilton jumping over, and it looked like he made contact with the Brown, trying to do the Myles Garrett. We'll see.
Yeah.
Joel Bitonio celebrating.
Yeah, the Browns have won it 33-31. They've come from behind. They've erased all the mistakes today.
Call on ESPN WKNR 850. Browns win their first game trailing by 14+ since Baker Mayfield's NFL debut in Week 3 of 2018 against the Jets. Had lost 24 straight in that spot.
Hi, this is Evan Cohen. Join us Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. Has Jim Harbaugh coached his last game at Michigan? His team squeaked out a victory against Penn State. What does it mean for them in terms of the college football playoff? We'll discuss all of that and Week 10 of the NFL. Monday, 6 a.m. Eastern on Sportsmanlike ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to Prime Time on ESPN Radio. I'm Jeff Turner, alongside me, Brandon Jacobs, presented by Progressive Insurance. Give us a call on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888-729-3776. If you're mad about something, that your team started a man named DeVito, feel free to call us up. If you're mad about something, that your team lost today on a bonkers 3 extra point or a field goal or whatever it was,
or got
feel free
killed.
to dial us up. What's that, Brandon?
Or got killed today.
Or got killed today. If you were a Jaguars fan, feel free to dial us up, 888-729-3776. But first, let's head out to Seattle.
Commanders at Seahawks.
Man, Sam Howell is a bad man, dude. Like, I'm telling you, that dude, I don't know what his career is going to be like, but it feels like you're always in it when you got Sam Howell in 2023, because he has now delivered yet another game-tying touchdown drive at the end of a game, 26-26. As they connect on a touchdown with about 50 seconds left to tie this up. Now, Brandon, we saw this earlier in the year. The Commanders march down and get within 1 point of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they have an opportunity to kick the extra point, potentially go to overtime, or go for 2 and take the lead. Riverboat Ron, typically the gambling man, he decided to kick the extra point on the road against Philadelphia. Philadelphia would go on to win in overtime. Now, they march down the field, 50 seconds left, get the touchdown, and they're within 1 point of Seattle. Riverboat Ron decides to do the same thing he did in Philadelphia earlier in the year and kick the extra point. What do you do in that situation if you're the head coach on the road? Does it matter who you're playing, or is it always you do one thing or another?
Well, I'm going to look at this. It's another NFC opponent, that could, that could potentially be in a wild card situation if, just depending on the rest of your season go.
Sure.
You're down in Seattle, a hostile crowd. You just drove down to just silence the crowd, because I know it's really loud in there.
Yep.
I'm going for 2. I'm going for 2, and if we lose the game. I'm going to die on my shield. I'm going to die on my shield, and I'm going for the gusto. I'm going for the win.
Do most players feel like that? Like you're in the game, or do you want, hey, I want my defense out there? Is that more of you retired and saying that, or is that more?
Oh,
of
no. That's more what I was like when I played. That's more of the character and the demeanor of my teammates as well when I played. Let's go for 2. Let's go for 2. I mean, why not? I mean, what's going to happen? Like like you said, I'd rather go for the win from 2-3 yards out than have to turn around and go for the win from 25 yards out.
I think it's half-assed backwards that these coaches go, I want to go to overtime. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, right? It seems bat-bleeping crazy that you would rather have things that you can't control happen to where you're giving the ball back to a team with 50 seconds left, or you get to overtime and who knows, they may get the ball first. They may march down and score a touchdown. You may never see the ball. Whatever the case may be, versus it's my control. I'm 2-3 yards out from scoring scoring 2 points and essentially sealing the game or forcing them to have to go kick a field goal instead of just run the clock out and go to overtime. You just march down 80 yards or whatever it is. You can't get 3 more. And I know if you do it enough and you don't score, like, you might get fired. But I still feel like the odds, and again, I was good at, addition and subtraction. I wasn't great at analytics in my days having to do math in high school and college. So there's probably much smarter people that sharpen their pencils every week and figure these things out to aid the coaches in these decisions. But listen, I'm going for 2, and I'm going for 2 every single time when I can win the game.
Absolutely. I think I'm definitely going to agree with you there. And like we just talked about, whether you go for 2 or kick the field goal, I think his job is on the line either way. I think he'll retire, and I think that'll be it for him. So why not go for the win? Why not go for the win? I thought it'd be a much better situation if he went for the win, versus just going to go to overtime.
I agree with you, man. I think it's a tough spot to put your team in, and you have all the momentum. I think that's the direction I would go. This is Primetime on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. I do have some injury updates from today. Marshawn Lattimore, the talented Saints defensive back, is expected to have an MRI on his ankle. He was carted off the field in that loss to the Minnesota Vikings. Derek Carr, according to multiple reports, likely avoided a major right shoulder injury, and that's the second time he's avoided that this season. He was taken off. They brought in famous Jameis Winston in there as well. He ended up having a couple of great touchdown passes and then a couple of atrocious interceptions in that game. Speaking of quarterbacks that were injured, Taylor Heineke went out with a hamstring injury. Desmond Ridder inserted back in to that game. So that's an update there. Kayvon Thibodeau was ruled out for the Giants earlier as well. So some injury updates from earlier today, as there was plentiful amounts of players that were on the injured list after today's action. We do have 2 games still ongoing right now, one about to conclude, the Cowboys and the Giants. Man, I got to give you this stat. I saw this earlier, and I didn't think it was real. I had to double-check this. The Cowboys, there was still like, Brandon, there was still like 5 minutes left to go in the game when they had this stat, but I wrote it down. The Cowboys at that point had outgained the Giants by 526 yards. That's the largest differential since 1962, when the Packers took on the Eagles, and the difference was 574 yards, okay? Like, there's beatdowns and then there's beatdowns. The final score not indicative of that, because Tommy DeVito just threw a touchdown pass to Sterling Shepard for 2 yards, and it's going to be 49-17. But my dear Lord, man, like, I'm just in shock that was how ugly that was today. Hey, listen. As much as I want to talk about your Giants getting beat bad today, we have a final in Seattle. Let's head out to Seattle.
Commanders at Seahawks.
This is why I go for 2. This is why I go. And I know they got the field goal, man, but this is why I go for 2, because if you go for 2 and you take the lead, it's a different pressure than it being tied, right?
Absolutely.
Like, you have nothing to lose. Seahawks marched down the field, got a game-winning field goal, 29-26. Seattle wins, improves to 6-3. Commanders 4-6. I think this is going to be one of the last straws for Ron Rivera. I think this is going to be them going, you know what? We hired you because we needed you to be a little bit more aggressive. Twice now, we have lost games where we could have potentially been in the lead, and instead the other team had nothing to worry about, and they end up winning the games. Big win for Geno, though, man. Big win for Geno.
Big time win for Geno. And like I said, I put my trust in Geno every time, because there's nothing you could present to him that he hasn't seen. There's no type of cornerback he hasn't seen, no type of linebacker or no monster defensive lineman. He's seen it all. So he's ready for every opportunity that he gets. And so far, he's been taking advantage of it. I like to see Geno win.
Here's what happened there at the end. Let me give you the breakdown here. They got the ball with 52 seconds left. Geno has a short pass for 3 yards. Timeout, Seattle. Geno then throws a short pass for 3 yards. No huddle. Throws it to DK Metcalf for 17 yards. Final timeout, 28 seconds left. Geno incomplete on 1st and 10. He then gets it to DK Metcalf for 27 yards down to the Washington 25. Spikes the ball with 4 seconds left Washington tries to ice Myers. He knocks in a 43-yard field goal, game over. You're right, man. Geno deserves a lot of credit.
Geno's a baller, JT. I'm telling you, man, the guy's a baller. I can't say enough about him.
Is this, do you think, could this be a story that if you were Mac Jones's agent or someone that Mac Jones is confident in, that sort of, you know, he relies on for support to go, look, it didn't work out for Geno in New York, but Geno earned his stripes by being a backup with the Giants and then got his chance to be a backup in Seattle. And when his number was called, you know, he's a guy that people thought could be a starter in this league, and he figured it out. We saw today Mac Jones. Oh, we do? Excuse me. I want to get Lions. Excuse me. I got to break that up. I'll talk about Geno later. Let's get Lions tight end Brock Wright. He's joining us now on Prime Time. They got a huge win today. He had a 25-yard touchdown catch in the win. Brock, welcome into Prime Time. Brandon Jacobs, two-time Super Bowl champ. I'm Jeff Turn. Congratulations on the dub. Man, you guys are one heck of a football team. This had to be a big win because you guys did so on the road and got the win in dramatic fashion. Congratulations, man. How does it feel?
Feels great. Thanks, and thanks for having me on. And I mean, you say that you know, you love every win, but some of them definitely feel a little bit better than others, and that was a fun one right there today.
Well, I'll tell you this, and from what I tell, like as a former player, watching the way Coach Campbell conduct himself, he you know, what type of coach is he? Because of me, my opinion of him that I would call him a player's coach. Would that be the right assessment of his coaching demeanor?
Yeah, I think you could definitely call him a player's coach, but he's also just so hands-on. I mean, the amount he's able to spread himself out around the entire team. I mean, the amount of times he's able to come over with the tight ends and help coach us up on technique, but also be with you know, defense wherever is really incredible. But you definitely a player's coach. He's the type of guy you want to play for.
Joining us here on Prime Time after a big win is Brock Wright. Had that touchdown catch, 25 yards in that win. You know, we were laughing, Brock, and we've been giving updates all afternoon. Every time we went to an update, we'd be like, oh, touchdown. You know, and then we'd have to update another touchdown. It was back and forth, back and forth. What are those games like when it feels like every time you take a breath, either you or the other team is scoring?
You just got to stay in it. I mean, it feels fast-paced, but also you're sitting there after a touchdown and, you know, watching our defense cheering them on. But it's kind of like just got to be ready to, you know, put whatever happens on the other side of the ball away, go out there and go down and score again. So, but those games are fun. I mean, it's always fun when all the boys are getting in the end zone.
How much do you guys look around at the rest of the NFC and compare yourselves to them?
Orm, that's a great job. I mean, really, we focus on the next week. So, I mean, all that will come at the end of the season. But each week, we're just, you know, focused on whoever we're playing on Sunday.
Right. So, me, you know, I'm used to the Detroit Lions being the doormat of the NFL. That's what it was when I played. How does it feel to be a part of a Detroit Lion team, you know, who's now sitting, you know, at the top of their division and someone up at the top of the NFC? How does it feel to be a part of that, knowing that franchise hadn't been there in years?
It feels special. Just kind of talking to people around town. We've said this for a few years now. The town's excited about Detroit. And at the beginning of this year, it was different even than the end of last year. People just, it's kind of like they have hope again and faith in the program. But you talk to people who've been fans their entire lives, and the amount of support we're getting, it just makes it so special, and makes you proud to be a part of the Detroit organization. And it's cool to be bringing wins to the city.
Congratulations on the touchdown, man. Congratulations on the win. I'm sure that it'll be nice and quiet on that plane ride home, man. You guys won't be doing anything but getting some sleep, man. Have some fun, man. Congratulations.
We used to gamble.
I appreciate it. Y'all take care.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a little bit more gambling going on after you won than when you lost there, Brandon. That's awesome, man. Congratulations to the Lions on a big win today. We'll catch you up on a wild slate of games that just wrapped up. Not one, not two, but 3 walk-off field goals as we continue on Primetime.
Hi, this is Evan Cohen. Join us Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. Just an awful game in Germany. Pats and the Colts. Could this possibly be the end of the Bill Belichick era? As a Pats fan, I hope not. But now, everything up for grabs in New England. We'll talk about that and more. 6 a.m. Eastern on Sportsmanlike ESPN Radio.
Win a Coors Light full court experience with a trip to Minneapolis this March. Sign up now at participating locations around Madison to win an all-inclusive trip to the Men's College Basketball Conference Tournament. Don't miss your shot. Enjoy Blue Mountains and the best men's hoops in the Midwest. One lucky winner will be announced on Rutledge and Hamilton on January 8th. Visit Scotty Bar, Lucky's, Jordan Big Ten Pub, Nitty Gritty, Wando's, and Pooley's to scan the QR code and enter today. Must be 21 or older to enter. No purchase necessary.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Tired of power outages disrupting your life? Make them a thing of the past by getting a Generac home standby generator from Adams Generators. Adams Generators is the largest and #1 rated Generac dealer in Wisconsin. With 24/7 emergency support, our factory-trained technicians are standing by to assist you. Visit adamspower.com/generators to make sure your power always stays on. That's adamspower.com/generators.
Hey, it's Bobby Portis, and I love playing basketball in Milwaukee. When I drive down the lane, I move fast and make sudden moves to drive to the hoop and score. But when I'm behind the wheel in the driving lane, I control my drive. I don't speed or make sudden movements. Speeding and reckless driving are the leading causes of traffic injuries and deaths in Wisconsin. Do what I do. Control your drive. Don't speed. Don't be reckless. Zero in Wisconsin. Together we can save lives. Wisconsin DOT.
In the next 30 seconds, I'm going to tell you how to save money and save the planet. It's simple. Ditch your energy bill and make the switch over to Everlight Solar. While electricity prices keep rising, Everlight Solar will give you the chance to take ownership of your power while also reducing your carbon footprint. As a local company based out of Madison, they'll be there with you every step of the way as you make the switch to solar. To learn more about how you can save money and save the planet, go to everlightsolar.com.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Watch every ESPN Madison show live every day. Subscribe to ESPN Madison on YouTube for live video of every show and exclusive content. Just search ESPN Madison.
Tied at 26 in Seattle. Snap, kick, on the way. It is good! And the Seahawks have won the game. Fifth field goal for Myers. Wins it for the Seahawks, 29-26.
That right there was the game-winning field goal for the Seattle Seahawks as they defeat, those pesky Commanders. Credit ESPN Radio on the call. This is Primetime on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Give us a call on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888-729-3776. We just got done talking about it, man. Geno Smith with the drive there at the end to set them up. They have to feel so happy that this was the guy they trusted, and this is the results they're getting there in Seattle. Pete Carroll knows how to pick them, man. He really does.
I tell you what, and when he when he handed it to Geno Smith after the departure of Russell Wilson, I know he felt good about it. You know, never heard anybody asking questions about how do you feel about Geno Smith. I think everybody around the NFL felt confident that Geno Smith can be the guy, for the Seahawks to go out and get it done. And he had, great numbers. Awesome numbers here today. I can't say enough on how reliable that this guy's been. 31 of 47, 369 yards, 2 touchdowns, and guess what, JT? No interceptions, no turnovers. That's how you win games. I put my trust in Geno Smith.
Yeah, and the Seattle Seahawks have. He delivered them to the playoffs a year ago, and he has them trending in that direction again with a big come-from-behind win here. Today they started off down, and they just kept fighting back and tie that thing up 26-26, 52 seconds left. They decided not to just hold on to it and go to overtime. Geno took him down the field and got it done, spiked the ball with 3 seconds left, setting up that game-winning field goal. We also had a game winner in Arizona.
Gillikin is the holder, Brewer the long snapper, and a 23-yard field goal tried by Prater to win the game. It's 23-22 Atlanta. Here we go. The snap's good. The ball's down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Cardinals win it. 25-23. Welcome back, Kyler. Kyler Murray engineering the game-winning drive, and Arizona gets its second win of the season.
Arizona Sports on the Call, 98.7. The game-winning field goal for the Cardinals helped deliver a win for Kyler Murray in his return. He did not have a throwing touchdown, but he did have one on the ground, and it looked like a little bit rusty in that game, but they kept fighting, and they ultimately got that win. And with that win, they get their second of the season, but I think that win also becomes very damning for the Atlanta Falcons. They had a chance to knot it up there with the Saints atop the NFC South, and instead they fall a game behind New Orleans with the loss today. So an opportunity for Atlanta. They've had a couple of games like that. They've really played bad on the road. Now 1-4 on the road for Atlanta on the season. That thing was 14-12 at the half, traded a couple of field goals and a touchdown in the second, but it was the game-winning field goal at the end that gave the Cardinals the win. We told you it was not just one, not just two, but 3 game-winning field goals. The other one came in L.A.
Here we go. Final play of the game. Lions going for the win. 41-yard field goal attempt. Hash mark left side. McQuaid to snap. There it is. Fox the hold. Patterson the kick. It is up and it is good. He got it. That's a victory for the Lions on the final play of the game. And what a game it was. Back and forth they went. No separation between these two. And Ronnie Patterson sends it through to secure a 41-38 victory for the Lions. That is big-time stuff.
It is big-time stuff. The Lions now 7-2. They sit in first place in the NFC North, and they're right up there in that conversation with the Eagles, with the 49ers, with the Cowboys as one of the best teams in the NFC, Brandon.
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt, as much as it hurt me to say this, just because of my own the way I feel about them, but I got to be honest, man. The Dallas Cowboys look phenomenal today. I think they got a lot of guys, put in place to make a run, and like we discussed earlier, the Philadelphia Eagles should be worried because they don't just have this division walking off with it right now. So it matters. I think the Cowboys got an easier schedule coming up while the Eagles don't. So the game in between the Eagles and the Cowboys the next time around are going to be very important.
It certainly is, man. That is for sure. According to Elias, 5 games ended with a game-winning field goal as time expired today. Browns, Ravens, Texans, Bengals. Most in NFL history in one day. So plenty of drama throughout the NFL. And I think with the Lions, too, the way they ended last year, it felt like they made the playoffs even though they didn't. And so I think the momentum that you carry from a year ago to now is something that you hope carries over. You can't say for sure that it's going to. And in the case of the Lions, it did. And they from beating the Chiefs to start the season, then they lose the next week and win 4 in a row. They have only 2 losses so far this year. Like, this team carried the momentum from a year ago and has built on it. They're a much better team right now than they were a year ago. Remember, it was down the stretch where they won all those games last year. Mm-hmm. This year now, they win all those games down the stretch, and they're going to have a 1, 2, or a 3 seed in the NFC.
Well, as I look at the NFC in the way it lines up, I mean, you got the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm going to even throw the Dallas Cowboys in there ahead of the San Francisco 49ers. you know, and you also got the Detroit Lions. I mean, you got a lot of good teams in the NFC, man, and it's going to come down to the end to, for this season to play out.
I can't wait to see what the Lions look like 4 or 5 weeks from now, because right now they look like one of the best teams in the NFC, and if they continue to play like this, man, they are going to be right there neck and neck with Dallas, with Philadelphia, with San Francisco. Just a really, really good football team. The thing about today was we had a lot of drama, and then there wasn't so much drama in Dallas. The Cowboys have finished off the Giants. We'll get Brandon's big takeaway from that, what it means for the Giants, what it means for Dallas, and much more. Plus, we'll look ahead to the Jets and Raiders coming up next hour. All of that as we continue. You're listening to Prime Time on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Hey, it's Greeny, and the drama couldn't be thicker. Jim Harbaugh doesn't coach. The Wolverines hang on to win. Where does it go from here? We'll talk about it Monday morning. It's Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
After every Green Bay game, there's only one place to react.
I'm starting to raise expectations when you think of all the weapons they have now. Oh, God, yes.
Join Gabe Neitzel, Homer, and Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher on Green Bay Game Night. Your one-stop shop for analysis, insight, and maybe even overreaction.
Take that up back, get rid. I ain't interested in all that. That play needs to go the way of the White Buffalo.
Green Bay Game Night, every week on 100.5 ESPN and Wisconsin On Demand.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison, home of the Big Win and Madison Casino Guru, is transforming guests into winners. Making an ordinary day into a big win day is easy with a 95% average payout. And with over 140 daily jackpots, the number of people winning has never been bigger. So what are you waiting for? Escape to Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison for your next big win.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
Love is in the air and behind center for your favorite football team. SprayNet of Southern Wisconsin knows that the kitchen is the heart of your home. Let them help you fall in love with it again. In just a few days, SprayNet can have your kitchen cabinets looking like the day you first saw them. Their exclusive painting technology and technique will create a new look for your kitchen that is quick, affordable, and beautiful. Schedule an appointment today with Dale, the owner of SprayNet of Southern Wisconsin. Go to spraynet.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, this is Craig Karmas, and join Kyle Wallace and me every Sunday morning for Sunday Karma on a Good Karma Brands radio station, 100.5 ESPN, WTLX, Monona, Madison.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Couple late window walk-offs. Kyler Murray, playing in his first game since tearing his ACL 11 months ago, led the Cardinals to a win over the Falcons, 25-23. Murray threw for 249 yards and ran for a touchdown, looked healthy, using His mobility to avoid pressure and pick up a key 3rd and 10 with a 13-yard run hit Trey McBride on a 33-yard throw to set up Matt Prater's game-winning 23-yarder. McBride with 131 receiving yards, most by a Cardinals tight end since 1989. 4 straight loss for the Falcons, who saw Taylor Heineke get hurt late in the game. Cardinals get their 2nd win of the season. Seahawks survive against the Commanders. Jason Myers connecting on a 43-yarder as time expired to send the Seahawks to 6-3. Washington falls to 4-6. Geno Smith threw for 369 yards and 2 touchdowns. Sam Howell tossed for 312 and 3 TDs in the loss. Elsewhere in college football, Texas A&M fired head coach Jimbo Fisher today after 6 seasons with the school. A&M on the hook for $76 million to buy out their now former head coach, nearly triple the highest-known coaching contract buyout at a public school. He's owed $19.2 million within 60 days and $7.2 annually through 2031. Fisher was 45-25 in 6 seasons at Texas A&M. Aggies 6-4 this season, 4-3 in the SEC.
Hi, this is Evan Cohen. Just an awful game in Germany. Pats and the Colts. Could this possibly be the end of the Bill Belichick era? As a Pats fan, I hope not. But now, everything up for grabs in New England. We'll talk about that and more. 6 a.m. Eastern, Unsportsmanlike, ESPN Radio.
This is Prime Time on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
That's right. Prime Time continuing along here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. If it doesn't listen, get a new smart speaker. Of course, we're presented by Progressive Insurance. Want to dial us up? Thoughts on today's games? Feel free to do so. Would love to hear from you. 888-729-3776. Now, drama galore. 5 game-winning field goals as time expired. I am Jeff Turner. Alongside me, Brandon Jacobs, 2-time Super Bowl champ, former NFL running back. We had the Browns win on a game-winning field goal, 33-31 over the Baltimore Ravens. We had the Detroit Lions win, 41-38 over the LA Chargers on a game-winning field goal. We had the Arizona Cardinals defeat the Atlanta Falcons 25-23 on a game-winning field goal. We also had the Texans defeat the Bengals 30-27 on a game-winning field goal. And, of course, the Seahawks completing that comeback. Well, they were down 6-3, so it wasn't a big comeback, but they did complete the win 29-26 over the Commanders. It was a big drive down the stretch from Geno Smith to get them in line to get that win, 29-26, the final there. Real quick, Brandon has sort of been a little bit sad today because his Giants got beat 49-17 from the Cowboys. I will say this. That is a game that I think Brandon Jacobs could have led the team in rushing. That's how bad it was for that rushing attack for the Giants today.
At 41 years old. At 41. And it's not saying anything about Saquon, because we all know I don't have anywhere near the ability that he had. Even when I was 3 or 4 years in the league, right? The guy is he is amazing, right? I say that, but I think I could have got, a little bit more than what they had as a team today.
Yeah, and that's the first half. Now the second half they started to rush a little bit better, but they had 12 rushing yards in the first half. 12 rushing yards.
Right, absolutely.
Brutal, man. They ended up putting up 17 points, but the Cowboys win 49-17. Dak Prescott had many touchdown passes today. This is what it sounded like when he hooked up with Brandon Cooks.
Prescott on 2nd down and goal. Back. So he's got all day. Left side of the end zone. Brandon Cooks. Touchdown. 3rd of the year for Brandon Cooks.
And this was his coming out party, man. 9 receptions for 173 yards, 1 touchdown. CeeDee Lamb had 11 receptions for 151 and 1 touchdown as well. Michael Gallup had two receptions for 70 yards and a touchdown. Dak Prescott had 4 touchdown passes today. Cooper Rush came in late. Threw a pick, but it was Dak Prescott and the Cowboys all day today with the win, man. Pretty impressive.
Let me tell you, man, I owe Dak Prescott an apology, and I'm going to give it to him live on air right here. Dak has played the last, few weeks, and even in some losses, he hasn't been putting the ball in danger as much as he was, at the beginning of the season and all of last year. He's definitely playing up to everything he needs to be for the Cowboys, and he's doing a phenomenal job. I'm stuttering trying to give the Cowboys compliments. I'm really stuttering. I really.
It's tough coming out of your mouth, man.
Tough.
We understand.
It's tough, man. But I want to give a huge shout out to Dak Prescott, man. He's proven me wrong. So hey, man, you got it from me. Much respect to you.
Brandon Jacobs giving respect to the Cowboys. We aren't going to hear that too often, so take it
you're not.
When you can get it. We got a lot of drama, as we mentioned, 5 games ending with game-winning field goals. We'll see if we get that kind of drama tonight on Sunday Night Football, as they are about 15 minutes away from kicking off in Las Vegas from Allegiant Stadium. The Raiders taking on the Jets. According to ESPN Bet, the Jets are a 1-point favorite on the road against the Raiders tonight. Paul Gutierrez joining us now, ESPN Raiders reporter ahead of tonight's game. Paul, welcome in, man. First of all, let's start with the matchup, and then we'll work to some of the particulars. Like, for the Raiders, after last week's performance, getting rid of their coach a week and a half ago, to now taking on a Jets team that offensively has been anemic, it feels like the schedule worked out for them to pick up a couple of wins with a new head coach and try to get that momentum right. Is that the feeling as they head into this game against the Jets?
Yeah, no doubt. Being in that locker room all week, last week and this week too, obviously, there was an emotional high they were riding last week that you knew was going to carry over into the game. You just wondered how long they could ride that wave in the game, and turns out they could ride it for 60 whole minutes against the Giants. Didn't hurt that the Giants' offense was terrible, and they're running out their third-string quarterback. And to be able to maintain that, it was a lot less of a loosey-goosey feeling in the locker room. It was more business as usual. So they were able to do that. I'm sure you saw the highlights last week after the game. They're smoking cigars in the locker room. They got the Papa shot, the hoops in the locker room. None of that this week. It was all business as usual. So you get the sense that they really understand that, okay, when it's time to have fun, we'll have fun. And the way we get to having fun is by handling business. And with the Jets coming in here, it's going to be real interesting because their offense is not anything really to write home about either. But their defense, that's their calling card.
Well, I played with Antonio Pierce, won a Super Bowl with Antonio, and the type of teammate he is, was a rough, aggressive guy with the aggressive demeanor that's just, what he is. And I still say now it's shocking to me that he's a head coach because he was always pushing. He was always pushing to see you Wednesday. Like, we created that tone, see you Wednesday. What is it like in a locker room with Antonio Pierce being the guy in charge now? Do you see a difference from the players? Are they appreciating a little bit more what they have as a coach?
Oh, no doubt. They look at him as the former player. They look at him as a player, really, that, he was still suiting it up as recently as 2009, right? Which is, in the NFL 14 years ago is a long time. It's eons, right? But the energy that he's brought, the fire that he's brought, Davante Adams told me himself, point blank, I'm ready to run through a wall for that man. And if arguably the best wide receiver in the NFL is talking that way about the new interim coach, that speaks volumes. And the other part of the other piece of the puzzle here is that Antonio Pierce grew up a Raider fan. The first thing he said in his introductory press conference was he grew up, growing up in Compton. He was listening to NWA. He was talking about Straight Outta Compton. He was wearing the Raider hats like Eazy-E and Cube and Dre and Brandon Yella and all those guys. So they brought that. And the thing I noticed today, as they're warming up, they're playing Straight Outta Compton over the loudspeakers here at the nightclub that is Allegiant Stadium, mind you. And, of course, it was the clean version, the radio edit. But that's the kind of atmosphere he's brought here. And he brings that because he's rolling, literally, guys, he's rolling into the stadium in his 6'4" Chevy Impala. I don't know if he's got switches on it, but it looks nice.
That's amazing, man.
You don't have any switches on it.
Add to him. ESPN Raiders reporter Paul Gutierrez joining us here on the Dr. Pepper call-in line ahead of tonight's game between the Jets and the Raiders. Paul, we'll get you out of here on this. When it comes to Davante Adams and the influence that he has on this team moving forward from an offensive production standpoint, do you see that increasing game by game and with the new regime per se, that's going to be something that they are certainly trying to have more of with Davante Adams being more involved in that offense?
No doubt. And the reason for that is that was one of Antonio's first missions when he took the job was go to your key guys. He said he went over. He's been spending like every day with the offensive line, telling them what he wants them to do. He's been talking to the offensive coaches, telling them what to do. And that main theme has been go to your key guys. And if Davante Adams is your key guy, you got to go there, even if he's double teamed. Now, Davante this week talked about he was looking forward to potentially going one-on-one with Sauce, not simply because he wanted to face Sauce, because he was looking forward to just a one-on-one, and he likes his chances in any one-on-one. So if there's time, and if Aiden O'Connell has the internal clock working and can find him downfield, there's going to be a heavy dose of that, as well as with the tight end as well. So it's going to be real interesting to see if this offensive line can hold off this Jets defense.
10 minutes from now, they'll be kicking off in the nightclub, as he mentioned, called Allegiant Stadium. ESPN Raiders reporter Paul Gutierrez. Enjoy the game, Paul. Thanks for the time, man.
You too, guys. Take care.
Absolutely. So what'd you make of that, Brandon, when he was talking about Davante Adams becoming more involved, the influence of Antonio Pierce, and sort of it feels like mid-season they were able to create a whole new environment there with the Raiders?
And I knew it would happen because I know Antonio. He's not an uptight person. He's not, that's why I wanted to know kind of how the energy was around the team, because I saw them smoking cigars in the locker room last week, and I kind of know Antonio's loose. He don't want these guys to be uptight. He don't want these guys afraid to make a mistake. I can only imagine how he talks to them. I could only imagine, how some of those conversations go in between him and some of those players. There's probably some stuff said that I can't say here on, like on air, but he's a loose guy. So the Raiders are going to be playing loose. And I got the Raiders, I think they're going to win five of the next 8 games. I'm gonna go there because I think Antonio's gonna bring a new energy, like to the team, and the boys feel like they're gonna play for him. They're not gonna be afraid to express themselves, because that's what Antonio want to do. He want to express himself. He want to be the player to express himself, to let the head coach know exactly how he feels. So that franchise, if they're able to keep him, retain him as the head coach, and give him another opportunity through a whole season, you're gonna see a brand new Raiders organization, and they'll be at the top.
8 minutes from now, they'll kick off from Las Vegas. We'll keep you updated as the hour goes on between the Jets and the Raiders. C.J. Stroud had a big day, got another win, 30-27. Hey, I think is all but wrapped up NFL Rookie of the Year, but Can you put him in the NFL MVP conversation? Brandon and I will discuss next as we continue on Primetime.
Hi, this is Evan Cohen. Join us Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. Has Jim Harbaugh coached his last game at Michigan, or could he find a way back to the sidelines? Either way, his team squeaked out a victory against Penn State. What does it mean for them in terms of the college football playoff? We'll discuss all of that and Week 10 of the NFL, Monday, 6 a.m. Eastern on Sportsmanlike ESPN Radio.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm Vice President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
Since 1956, home